they go. Let's go stay. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mama.
Oh, to my daughter. Good evening. Bless your voice there. First impress your throat.
Mama.
Okay, you are very welcome. You say today now take another topic, take another poke of yours. So you are going to talk and ask questionnaires. So this my doctors will sit down here. They are here for you. So sharp, ask what you want to ask.
I want to ask, can COVID-19 convert with the HIV? And I want to ask again, the HIV still involved in line in the world, the COVID-19 have taken place of HIV/AIDS. So that's why I'm asking, can COVID-19 transfer to HIV?
Okay, I understand your point, Mother. You say whether COVID-19 don't take the place of a HIV. Whether COVID-19 don't take the place of HIV. So, Mama, make una talk to them.
Okay, my sister, well done. Thank you for that question. COVID-19 different. HIV different. COVID-19 not fit take the place of HIV. The people where they live with HIV, they still the thing still there for body. HIV, it not they come out for body finish. Now, as they take the medicine go bring and down. It not mean say it they come out pata for body. So HIV, people where get HIV, then still they with the HIV they try to bring and down for their body small. They work out with them. They get normal life. Then COVID-19, that one another matter. That one are the one where come with us last year. Where then they find vaccine, make everybody take now. That one get his own. Not be the same thing with HIV. So HIV patient, they say still fit get COVID-19.
Okay.
They say fit get COVID-19 join to the HIV.
Okay.
So you take care of yourself. Now it matter. Now they talk say this COVID-19 people already get sickness before for body. It they want them pass. Now make everybody say make them they maintain the COVID-19 protocol. Make them not get double wahala for their body.
Exactly.
And the thing where with the advice, so my sister.
Okay.
So not be the same thing.
Okay, now don't hear them now, eh? So people of Oracle still keep the call coming in because time don't go. Maybe could make the questionnaire sharp because these people they are very business people, eh? They know they waste time to waste stage, eh? So please call your number and ask more questionnaire. Ask questionnaire so that anybody where no person when we say they fear say go soon they die because yes they get HIV. You just hear the news, you face fat, you be like plot of land, all of a sudden you turn to matcha because of the thinking you don't mash it. Hear this one. You know go down on time. Just follow the right source. So make we pick up this another disconnection. Okay, may call the number again 0817 0000951 081095100951. WhatsApp and text message 07019339962. That is the number to call. Okay, make we call. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, tomorrow now you call again.
Yeah, I want to ask another question.
I talk I'm sharp. Other people say that they will feel call.
I want to ask, is it BMH or WMH? Why the mosquito is still so much there? You know, the mosquito in that place can give person HIV. So you could try and use the quantity and the quantity and the security.
Okay, tomorrow this is your question here. I don't know where the planet where you arrange them from, eh? So make with the fire they go they pick more calls, eh? If you see mosquito, carry and put inside your net, tie and make it a grow there, eh?
And HIV, mosquito no they give HIV.
Hey, I think you don't hear them now. Mosquito no they give it. See, this one the discussion. These people are workers, social workers. Yesterday the celebration, their social workers day, eh? Social workers day celebration they doing yesterday. All over the world, I was there in the nomenclature. I tell you, and I chop and enjoy myself. So people now they are here today to tell us what you need to hear. Mosquito no they give HIV. If they give you malaria parasite, rest of power 10, and they give you more they pick or they go. Hello? And here Hello. Okay, this one I don't call. Okay, people of record, in case you just they join, I want to welcome you to meeting the Happen Cathedral Laugh Ambassadorial Ministry.ng.yahoo. This is a Kamba, my honorable prophetess Esquire, funny Udeme, Apostle to Fono Banget, the death mark Manacona Fiawo, Obango, Utom, the swagger baby. Oh, yes, I am here with a sweet people. The first person here is Mrs. Stella Derry and Dr. Jetunde Akoni. That is my auntie, my mother's younger sister, a very fine woman. I don't know say we go meet. She been know the inside the country. I know if you know saying go arrival yesterday. Then Mr. Amakri Chisike, this is my personal brotherhood. The only people that are from medical social workers, they are medical social workers. All the way from UPTH. So ask them what you want. Ask them Nango. Ask Nango in the book of Ruth, chapter 10, verse 5. He say, accept you not the day of salvation. From tomorrow is too late. Don't ask me that they correct or not. Marry pick Koriko. Over and out. Hello. What the thing they call engineer? Actually, if you ready, I make me come be a very conglomerate for this thing, so that we can be a very saturate in the atmosphere. People of Oracle, HIV not a key person like that. Oh, they are a medicine that you can take to make you be on track. You not go die on time, but because of the way everybody there now, you don't think before you think now, you don't die before time. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, doctor. You know, nation say people where they do homo. Then they're very fast to get HIV.
Okay, that is iron to iron, Abby.
Yes, and they're very fast to get HIV. And the causes of the symptom of HIV and the sickness where they make person die faster if you get HIV. You haven't mentioned all those ones.
Okay, thank you. They go mention I'm now. Thank you very much. Okay, my doctors, I am gonna talk to them.
Okay. You know, say I talk about the ways where person they take get HIV, and I talk about fucking man and woman, and so waiting she they talk now be homo man to man. Yes, that one too. Now having sex, so person if get HIV through that. It's good as she talk. Okay. Then she talks about the signs and symptoms. Where we go still talk about the sign. Some people they get fever every time. Anyhow when they treat themselves, the malaria, the fever no they go down. Some persons they lose weight. Even when they chop, they lose weight. Some people they purge, they get toilet. Some people now cough. You know, different signs. Now different signs, different people they get. But these are common signs. Some persons I don't talk they lose weight. Some persons go anything where they chop for this their mouth, they go they purge, they shit. And then some persons as you they see them every time they sick, they cough. Now different sickness. Then she can't talk about sickness when person will get HIV go get when go quick die. It depends on the person's body system or immunity. Some people don't get this HIV, they inside their body, even for 5 years, they don't know, they go about. Maybe because they take care of themselves, they chop well, you know go know. But some persons feel get them, you know reach 1 year, maybe because of their lifestyle. The person where they smoke, where they drink, where they live any kind of life, those kind of person. Because before you know it they happen, their body don't dey weak. Infection, any kind of disease feel enter, the person go carry am. That's why we dey encourage everybody. Because you know they show for face. Some people no get signs, they no get symptoms, but the HIV they live for their body. By the time when you go they show sign and symptoms, it means say the thing don't dey for your body tay. So that is why it good. Make everybody go check. The test na free. You don't need to pay any money. You go do test. Then when you go there, you go see counselors, you get social workers, different at different points. Anywhere you go see counselor wey go talk to you about this HIV so that you go know wetin to do. Okay. But wetin we need to know say the kind of life wey we dey live na him go determine whether we go fit get this HIV or not. And na him be say we don talk, especially sex, whether man to man or woman to woman, yes, and man to woman. Because woman to woman too, they use objects now. They use vibrator. Yes. Okay, vibrator. Okay, those things, yes, vibrator. Some people know they use vibrator. Some people go tell you say that they use fruit, cucumber, and different kind of thing. Cucumber, sorry. So the thing where they important be say once they share the same thing where they take put for that their vagina. Even one person chook hand for vagina, some people go say that they suck toto, different things. So all these things people need to know. And that's why not be everything we fit talk for radio. It is well. That's why it good make people come see us. Exactly. You fit just come see us to even know how person they take get HIV and how person they take prevent them. Even if you no want to test, You go when you know, you go come decide whether you go do the test or you don't go do the test.
Okay, Mama, see, I want to ask this question here, because if get one woman with a complaint and say she's a famous woman. The Bible say a famous woman who can found, Now she's a famous woman. A woman where they work out and down, they stay one place. But now she doesn't the husband they flatter. He is a flatter. The man they flatter too much. Every time you don't come to evangelist, every time they go to Frank Street, all the case they know him. You understand? He came one day the man get accident because of the evangelism where he go to. He came back with wound. You understand? The woman tell him, this is your worker. I not tell make you be mommy, you know the kind of evangelist why they talk now.
It makes sense.
Exactly. Now, the woman had a fear. Say, you don't know whether he go stop to do Holy Communion with his husbandry. Because you don't know whether the man don't carry from what all these students them can't carry that sham. So, Mama, tell us, tell all these married women them, how does they feel about and what do they do to avoidance and advertise such a pericocide?
Thank you very much. You see, when we talk about HIV, again, we they talk about factors. The thing we make them day easy. You know, women naturally, marriage make them day easy for us to get HIV. Because some women, when they even marry, they don't get HIV. Now, after they marry, they get HIV. Just because of waiting to talk. So maybe because their husband they go for evangelism. Then some women, it not even be from their husband. Even when they go born, some people when they go born for all these traditional
place them.
If it not be quack, all these you know say our culture here.
Send a maternity home
for home. So if you go born for those places, we don't know how to manage HIV person. Because remember say you know they show for face.
Exactly.
A woman carry belly, it go day normal like every other person. But so when they go take her delivery, blood and other things be mix up. So what they talk be say women generally they need to be very, very careful. But you know say our culture too no make a day easy for us. Even as this woman where you they talk now, where the husband they go evangelism. You know say it go day difficult for the woman to tell the man say because you don't go evangelism, you don't go sleep with me today. You don't go do this. Or if
and that kind of man they get straight to away. You go evangelize for outside. You want to come evangelize again inside house.
So what will they talk? Be say what are they trying to tell you? Say the woman now it go even they difficult for her to tell the husband to prevent himself. But that's why we they encourage women. We they always talk about. We know say women too get condom, female condom.
Just now.
But the thing where they important be say it good make them negotiate, make them talk. You know say if the husband understand the risk, he understands say this a thing, it dey real. You know say some men don't believe them. That's why they do wetin they do. That's why you see this thing where they do now in good. Make you they educate people. They talk about them so that people go know. You see, this Africa where we dey, it not dey easy for woman, except for now when we dey encourage women to they talk. And that's why now a woman should be able to talk, make him tell your husband, HIV dey. This thing where you they do. If it cause this kind of problem for us, then I not go stay with you again. But then, so that peace go there for marriage, it good make people understand what thing they need to do. But women need to know, say, to prevent themselves, they feel use condom. They feel use the female condom. But the one where they better pass, make they understand themselves make they talk about this HIV well to know, so that the man go know say if he carry HIV. And you know the funniest thing about HIV?
Yes, ma'am.
My dear sister, man no dey quick get HIV, now woman they take quick get her. If man get HIV, if he give her to up to 5-10 women at once.
As an evangelist now.
But one woman gets, if he sleep with 10 men, they feel never get her. Now because the way God take create our body, so that's why women need to protect themselves well. And then our men need to hear them. They need to know, say, make them they protect us. Now them go help. Now them go protect us past as we will go even protect ourselves. Because if they protect themselves, then we will they sure of ourselves.
See what we go do, And you said, as you know, so the thoughts when you saw your man go fight war, he get to take a break, he get to retreat, go drink water. But now, one go drink this water now, we'll get to use this opportunity now. Celebration these social workers. And yesterday now, a big day. So I want to play a song and celebration them for just 2 minutes, We go dance. I want to dance for them. In short, I want to tweak for them. So right now, we are going to play a song, and celebration them. Because what they do for society now, big work. You understand? And that is why people, federal government, they need to they appreciation them. In short, they suppose don't build duplex for all of them. Buy motor for them, say, because they work away. They make sure say they put everybody in order. Are you with me? So people of Parakot, we want to play a song right now. Go for this short breakage. Then celebration this social workers. Yesterday was their big day, the celebration them. So me now, funny with me, I want to celebration them too in my own beautiful equilibrium. And also, I want to also thank that the one man who carry me yesterday for this Uniport shuttle bus. I think just pick my voice here, be funny with me. He carry me free of charge when I want to go do bank transaction. He carry me reach there. I forget his name, so I say now man will carry me for shuttle. He go no say now he might talk about. I tell him say I will give a shout out tomorrow for the good work where you do. That means I am a social worker too. Also for me to tell the man say I'll give a shout out because he too a social worker for carrying me free of charge.
Yes.
You understand? Exactly. And again, Mr. Exactly, Mama, you're with me.
You now get the concept.
This is
Yes,
it.
yes.
You are giving back to the society
Yes,
now.
yes, you get the concept. Yes.
So I am in order.
Yes.
And also, Mr. Wobidike, he sent me a charge card of 1,000.
Yeah.
1,000 yesterday. Oh, yes, the recharge card I still carry and call Obama, call everybody. In short, the 8 times still remain. So, Mr. Obidike, thank you very much for being a very strong fan. You say you want to appreciation me. Say they make your family they happy. So, I want to tell you to that I am a social worker and I am giving you back. Thank you. And with a song. And also, Mr. Sly Agbo, your papa name now, waiting to drink for sickness. I don't know why your father name now Agbo. Mr. Sly Agbo. He said your name now, Mr. Sylvester Agbo, Sly, then GOC. I don't know the name, the planet where you operate from, but I want to thank you for the good service where you render me today when I go for my this thing collection. So thank you very much. But the lead people, now this my social workers. So I'm gonna carry this song. Will they come back? Because as they know like this, so I want to go buy them fast food, make them chop. Will they come back in a short the field? Make on a course, no way. Yandi.
Not be my mama, definitely not to my papa. I did try, but not be me fine pass. I go school, I know make it first class. Ask, not be by muscle. I work hard, but not be by hustle. And not be strength, cause strength they can't crumble. I get the friends, but friends they can't fumble. Now God be my uncle, he did my front, now he be my backup. And I be man, cause money come back up, now good too. Now he be my chairman, now he be why me, I know they fear man. I don't know why I say me can share my destiny.
From that short market, we don't come back from that short market. I want to also one more time thank Mr. Wobidike for the recharge card, and also thank that shuttle man for Uniport shuttle bus who carry me free of charge. I see yes, I be funny with me, and also Mr. Sylvester Agbo, make a slide GOC. God go bless you so much for me. Yes, we are back with Doctor. This is my sweet mother name. Make I see that her sweet name again. I don't call the name. Dr. Yetunde Akoni, and also Mrs. Stella Derry, and also Mr. Amakri Chisike. These are medical social workers from UPTH. And we are here. Okay, they say that they are here so that the general public should know that they have social
Workers.
They have social workers around the world, everywhere, everywhere. You just be like church. You can't get different branches. You understand? So now they are here to tell everybody that they have social workers association everywhere. You from UPTH, they're there for UPTH. If you get any questionnaire, where we say I know say some people it's a bit shame way. You go say I want to take on now come they talk because this line they always busy. Because now with the discussion things like this, you understand? They shame now to call. You understand? To talk about. So people of Porako, that is what we are discussing this evening. You can still call your number and put mad. But if you don't say they shame, say you feel bad or how I want to take meet them. I mean to talk about for the matters to contribution. You can also go and meet them as UPTH. The lead person here, she here to help everybody, to help you, and also to fight whatever it is that is disturbing you. You understand? So you can call the number. Her name is Dr. Yetunde Akoni. Now she be the lead person. The number will be say if you call to take meet them, to go meet her for UPTH because na there where she dey. Call the number 080-3255-5218. These are social workers. The work done they do for Rivers State. I don't know if only Rivers State government fit just take time to appreciation them. It go sweet. You understand? So the number to use reach them now 080 333 65660 or the other one 080 32 555 218. I'm call the number again so that in case I know some people they shame to talk within the room. You can call the number 080 333 65660. Second one 080 32 555 218. I beg write them down and call them and put mat for the mattress. Make they pick up before we come up for studio. Hello?
Hello?
Good evening.
What about man we get am?
What's be your name first now?
Blessing.
Okay, we say ask your question here.
What about the man we get am? We don't marry. Where in get wife. I ain't gonna use the way wife with them, they go still the meet, come born. Where they no go, where the wife no go.
The wife no collect her. Okay, thank you very much, my sister, for that question. Yeah. Okay, Doctor Yetunde Abeg, just stay in the short diffuse because time don't they go.
The best thing for you be say make you just find us. Come, make we talk. No be waiting, we'll just talk. But then it ain't possible for you to know, say man fit get am, he go marry and he go stay with his wife and his wife no go get am. But no be waiting, we'll just they talk. But plenty things feel. We get plenty things where they go do, where they go still live together. We get plenty people where don't marry, their wife get, then they no get, they don't born children. We get people where say that the husband get, the wife no get, they don't born children. So it is possible. HIV no be barrier to marriage. No be say because person get HIV, go say you no go marry him. If you love the person, you feel marry him. But you must see a counselor or a social worker.
Okay, people of Forakot, in order to keep time before we pick the last call, in case, like I talked that anytime, say some people go to shame to talk about, to call public, say, maybe now in name na Jessica, you go say, so in Kiru down, go come talk, say, saying call, say here and they call today FM, saying get ace or in get one sickness. So make I call the number again so that in case, on our reach them to call their station, to talk to them for you PTH, now they are social workers, Let me call the number one more time before we close the curtain for today, waiting the happen show. 080 333 65660. 080 333 65660. Second one 070 3211 8058. 070 3211 8058. Then third one 080 3255 5218. 080 3255 5218. Now here we go match the break for today FM within the Apun Cathedral. People of Farakot to come weekend we saw we conquered us. God bless you so much, ma and sir, for coming. God bless you all. Make gonna take care of our safe. Weekend we saw we conquered us. Over and out.
He took me from nothing and turned me to something. Money can feel me. Money can feel me. Hustle can feel me. But God no they feel me. Them say me can day. Them say I go fail. But God you don't say this. Nobody can say no.
A 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening, this is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Wisdom Obina in the headlines. The bill seeking to establish Armed Forces Commission divides Nigerian Senate. Federal Executive Council approves $1.5 billion for rehabilitation of Port Harcourt refinery. Police arraigned 3 members of the Gruta Security Peace Advisory Committee over alleged murder. On the foreign scene, police identified 4 of 8 victims of mass shootings in U.S. state of Georgia. Now, the detail. A bill seeking to create an armed forces commission stirred controversy in the Senate as the lawmakers engaged in a shouting match. The controversy started when the Senate Minority Leader Naya Abaribe presented the lead debate of the bill for the establishment of the Armed Forces Commission 2021 for second reading. The lawmakers were sharply divided over the bill as those against it argued that it will cause more disunity in the country. Senator Abaribe, however, noted that the Constitution mandates the National Assembly to set up the commission.
This bill seeks to establish the Armed Forces Service Commission to ensure that the composition, appointment of service chiefs of the Armed Forces of the Federation reflects federal character of Nigeria in the manner prescribed in Section 2173 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. For clarity, Section 219 says as follows: the National Assembly shall, in giving effect to the functions specified in Section 217 of the 1999 Constitution, B, with respect to the powers exercisable by the President under Section 218 of the Constitution, establish a body that shall comprise such members as the National Assembly may determine.
The bill was later rejected during a voice vote, and Senator Abaribe called for a division, meaning that lawmakers would vote individually. The Senate later went into a closed-door session, after which Senate President Ahmed Lawan and the entire Senate has appealed to the Minority Leader, Senator Abaribe, to withdraw Order 73, which called for a division. Senator Abaribe then withdrew the bill to represent it another day after consultation. The National Agency for Food, Drugs Administration and Control has insisted that vaccinations against COVID-19 should not be stopped in Nigeria despite fears over the side effects of the jabs. The Director General of the agency, Mojisola Adeyeye, who gave the advice, believes that with the number of lives lost to the pandemic, halting the vaccination campaign in the country is not advisable. Although many countries have halted the use of the AstraZeneca vaccines over fears about possible side effects like blood clotting, Professor Adeyeye said the gains of taking the jabs far outweigh such fears.
Every day, information is shared about side effects of adverse events of serious nature, so it is transparent. For example, anaphylactic reaction. Pfizer-BioNTech, Moderna have reported anaphylactic reaction, Bell palsy, temporary weakness of the muscles of the eye, partial temporary paralysis of the eye muscles. Those have been reported. Should we then have stopped those 2 vaccines from being used? It is knowing that these are serious, but the benefits outweigh the risks. Do you want hundreds of people to die? Or if there is a very, very minimal chance that somebody will have serious adverse events, you have to. It is logical. People are dying of COVID-19. The vaccine should not be stopped unless it is of a massive, statistically massive occurrence.
The NAFDAC DG further disclosed that over 500 persons have been vaccinated against the virus at the National Hospital in Abuja, but that only about 6 persons had side effects like fever, chills, and pains.
Anaphylactic reaction, like I mentioned, is not a normal reaction following immunization. It is adverse event of serious interest. Bell palsy, temporary paralysis of the face, is adverse events of serious nature or special interest. So we categorize this based on the severity. And at the National Hospital, for the first week, about 550-something healthcare workers were vaccinated. We got a report of about 5 or 6 adverse events following immunization, from a little bit of fever to chills to pain at the site of injection to tummy rumbling, not really going much after that. But we have not recorded adverse events of serious nature or special interest.
The Federal Executive Council has approved $1.5 billion for the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt refinery, which will commence immediately. Briefing State House correspondents after the FEC meeting in Abuja, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Timi Pre-Silva, said the rehabilitation will be carried out in 3 phases. The minister said the first phase will be completed in 18 months, which takes the refinery to a production of 90% of its capacity. The second phase will be completed in 20 months, while the final phase will be completed in 44 months.
Presented a memo on the rehabilitation of Port Harcourt refinery for the sum of $1.5 billion, and it was approved by Council today. So we're happy to announce that the rehabilitation of Port Harcourt refinery will commence forthwith. It is in 3 phases. The first phase is to be completed in 18 months, which will take the refinery to a production of 90% of its nameplate capacity. The second phase is to be completed in 24 months, and the final stage will be completed in 44 months. And Council graciously approved, and I believe that this is good news for Nigerians, that the rehabilitation of our refineries have commenced.
The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources also assured that the maintenance, which is a recurring challenge for the nation's refineries, was elaborately discussed in Council, adding that a professional will be employed to manage the refinery after the rehabilitation. The Department of Petroleum Resources says it is not aware of the sealing of filling stations by the Rivers State Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources. Zonal Controller of the DPR, Port Harcourt Office, Basi Ikwang, who spoke while reacting to recent sealing of filling stations in Port Harcourt, said his office has not received any of such reports. He, however, noted that the DPR has a very cordial relationship with the State Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, saying the ministry understands where its power starts and ends.
Since we've not received any complaint from any sector, we feel they're okay. But if they complain, we know what to do. Like I said, we've been having a good complementary working relationship with the commissioner, honorable commissioner. I know what has been doing has been complimentary, which we appreciate, but the powers reside with the Department of Petroleum Resources. And I really appreciate what the Commissioner for Energy is doing his work, but he knows where he starts and where he stops.
The interim administrator of Presidential Amnesty Program, retired Colonel Dixon Milandikio, has called on ex-agitators to jettison the use of protest as a method of agitation, describing it as retrogressive and old-fashioned. The amnesty boss said instead of deploying for protest, beneficiaries of the program should employ dialogue and other means that would not negatively affect the overall development of the region. Retired Colonel Milandikio gave the advice at the opening of the 3-day workshop on strategic communication for the Presidential Amnesty Program and its delegates, organized in partnership with Facility for Oil Sector Transparency and Reform in Nigeria. Milandikio observed that most stakeholders in the region lacked understanding of the Presidential Amnesty Program. The reason, he said, made them abandon major critical issues to pursue crumbs.
We leave those very important things and fight over crumbs. 20 million plus people cannot anchor their future on a program for 30,000 people. But the amnesty program is a very vital part because it takes care of the DDR and manpower developmental needs of impacted communities. Minister of Niger Delta, Minister of Environment, and NDDC in particular are the executive arms of infrastructural development. That is where we have to broaden the conversation.
On the key elements of strategic image outside the region based on the attitude of some of the beneficiaries. Our correspondent Uchende Jowo reports that the Presidential Amnesty Program was set up as a disarmament, demobilization and reintegration for 30,000 ex-agitators. The Nigerian police have arraigned 3 members of Igruta Security Peace Advisory Committee before a magistrate court sitting in Port Harcourt on 6 counts of murder, possession of illegal firearms, and indiscriminate shooting. Ikechukwu Amadi, Bright Nwogo, and Chikwado Donatus and others now at large are also charged with unlawful assault on police officers, conspiracy and stealing of AK-47 rifle and handcuff valued at 1 million, an offence said to be punishable under the Criminal Code of Rivers State law. According to the charge sheet cited by a correspondent, the remains of the victims are believed to have been buried in an unknown place by the ISPAC members without the consent of the family members on the 24th of November 2020 at Igruta community in Ikwe local government area of the state. Presiding Magistrate Inyinda John Kennedy, however, ordered that the case file be transmitted to the Department of Public Prosecution, DPP, for advice before adjourning till 29th of April for possible hearing. Goodluck Obunda and Emmanuel Oporum, who are immediate brothers to the murdered persons, told our correspondent at the court premises that all they are seeking is justice and recovery of the dead bodies of their brothers who were killed unjustly.
The court referred the matter for DPP's advice. There are other OSPAC members who are yet to be arrested in connection to this matter, especially the former OSPAC commander Igruta and his 2 IC, who actually, they were the one who masterminded in collaboration with these suspects. So let the police go out there, get these persons, bring them to book. We want justice. The family of Prince Obunda Emerengwa want justice. The children, the said Prince Obunda, have 4 children and a wife and has a business running before all these things happened. I want justice, the family want justice, the society want justice, we want justice from all around.
My brother, I know him very well. If I did not know him, I don't think I'll follow the matter up. So what I'm saying now is that I'm begging the Commissioner of Police, Rivers State, to assist us in this matter. We don't want problem. My brother are having 2 children, 1 girl and 1 boy. My mother is down. I can't train my own and train Peterson. So I'm begging Rivers State people to join us to at least to settle this matter in a way it's supposed to be. We have not seen up to date the corpse of my brothers.
You are listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
Welcome back. You're still listening to the World News on a premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM. Thanks for staying tuned. This report says Okurama and Okujagu communities in Port Harcourt City local government area of Rivers State earlier today experienced unrest following a fight between the 2 communities. A correspondent Uchende Jowo, who visited the area, gathered that at least 2 persons have been reportedly killed, while several others sustained wounds in the fight. Confirming the incident, our correspondent, the spokesman of Rivers State Police Commander Nnamdi Omoni, said the command has deployed men and normalcy have been restored in the area. Omoni, while claiming that no life was lost in the incident, disclosed that the leadership of the 2 communities have been summoned for a meeting to ascertain the root cause of the crisis.
I can confirm the shooting this morning at Okurama and Okujago, where we had heavy shooting, and then the DPO Abloma drew our attention to it. The DC operations mobilized immediately to the scene, where on seeing us, of course, they sheathed their swords. The shooting ceased. The DC operations addressed them. Then the leadership of the 2 communities were invited immediately after a brief interview with the DC. They agreed to meet with the Commissioner of Police. The essence of the meeting is to know the cause of that shooting and the view to finding a lasting solution to it. So far, we've been able to stabilize the area. No life was lost. As we speak, the shooting has ceased. Our men are still there.
In the meantime, our correspondents have also cited presence of military personnel as part of efforts to restore normalcy in the area. Meanwhile, the River State Police Command has confirmed the arrest of 1 person in connection with the murder of one Onyekachi Onoha within Abel Jumbo Street in Moutu Diop in Port Harcourt City local government area of River State. Onoha, who was a security guard at a telecommunications mast in the area, was tied with ropes by the assailants who had gone to cut away valuables in the facility. Speaking to our correspondent, the spokesman of the command, SP Nnamdi Omoni, said the remains of the victim have been deposited at the mortuary to make way for investigation.
I can confirm a case of murder reported by the DPS Igwe police station this morning, where a corpse was seen at Jumbo Street, Maiwon, Port Harcourt, in a place housing a mask belonging to a telecommunication company. Over there at the scene, the corpse was tied hands and legs. No physical injury, but clots of blood on his mouth. The corpse was later identified to be one Onyekachi Onoha. So far, one person has been arrested and is helping us in our investigation. The corpse has been evacuated and taken to mortuary for autopsy. Meanwhile, the CP has ordered that the matter be transferred to State CID for further investigation.
On the foreign scene, police in the United States of Georgia, the U.S. state of Georgia, have identified 4 of the 8 people who were killed in mass shootings at 3 massage parlors in Atlanta area. Officials say it is still too early to know whether the attack, in which 6 Asian women were killed, was racially motivated. Cherokee County Sheriff Frank Reynolds said the suspect may have been a patron and claimed to have a sex addiction. The attack comes amid a sharp uptick in crimes against Asian Americans. European Union officials say a digital certificate to kickstart foreign travel should be given to citizens across the EU without discrimination. The aim is to enable anyone vaccinated against COVID-19 or who has tested negative or recently recovered from the virus to travel within the EU. The 27 member states will decide how to use the new digital certificate. Vaccine passports have faced opposition from some EU member states over concerns they might be discriminatory. Some argue that they would enable a minority to enjoy foreign travel without restrictions, while others, such as young people who are not seen as a priority for inoculation, continue to face measures such as quarantine. In sports, former Top Gear presenter Sabine Schmitz, famous for being the only woman to win the Nürburgring 24 Hours, has died at the age of 51. Schmitz said last year that she had been diagnosed with cancer in 2017. She had become synonymous with the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the 14-mile circuit in Germany that is renowned as the toughest in the world. She won the 24-hour touring car race at the track twice, in 1996 and 1997, driving a BMW M3. She became known as the Queen of the Nürburgring and estimated she had driven around the track more than 20,000 times. On entertainment, Tunisian filmmaker Kauthar Hania has urged the authorities in the North African country to support homegrown cinema production following her historic nomination for an Oscar. Her film, The Man Who Sold His Skin, has been nominated in the Best Foreign Language Film category. It stars Italian actress Monica Bellucci alongside Syrian Yahya Mayani and Belgian Koen de Boeuf, and tells the story of a Syrian refugee who, in order to get to Europe, offers his back to a tattoo artist to use it as a canvas. The 43-year-old director was born in Sidi Bouzid, the hot spot of the popular uprising in 2010 that led to the regime change in Tunisia and caused a ripple effect in other Arab countries. The Oscar ceremony will be held on April 25th. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. A bill seeking to establish an armed forces commission has divided the Nigerian Senate. The Federal Executive Council has approved $1.5 billion for the rehabilitation of Port Harcourt refinery. The police have arraigned 3 members of Igruta Security Peace and Advisory Committee over alleged murder. On the foreign scene, police have identified 4 of 8 victims of mass shootings in the U.S. states of Georgia. That was the news as edited by Chinedu Iwuna. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap and the running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. I am Wisdom Obina. Good evening and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Returns Market's new office alert. Hooray! Returns Market's multi-purpose cooperative society is finally here with a unique formula to better the lives of its members. Now has its new Port Harcourt address at number 31 GU Ake Road, immediately after Mercy House by Farm Road 1, Eliozu, Port Harcourt. Returns Market has other subsidiary companies such as Returns Consultancy Nigeria Limited, Returns Industries, Returns Security Services Limited, Returns Housing Limited. These new brands shall only make it better in our society. For more inquiries, you can contact our offices today at Returns House, number 33B, Rumola Stadium Link Road, after NMPC Filling Station, Rumola, Port Harcourt, or number 31 GU Ake Road, immediately after Mercy House by Farm Road 1, Eliozu, Port Harcourt. Call us now on 0903 461 4444 or 0815 518 9002, or visit our website at www.returnsmarketcooperative.com. Choose financial freedom. Choose Returns Market Multi-Purpose Cooperative Society Limited.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back. Oh. Born to a throne, stronger than Rome, but violent prone, poor people's zone. But it's my home, all I have known, where I got grown. Streets we would roam, out of the darkness, I came the farthest, among the hardest survival. Learn from these streets, it can be bleak, accept no defeat, surrender, retreat. So we struggling, fighting to eat, and we wondering when we'll be free. So we patiently wait for that fateful day. It's not far away, but for now we say, when I get older.
A very good evening to you and welcome to the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio. This is Soccer Nation and my name is Victor Oriahi. I am your favorite Melanin Sports presenter, and as always, I'll be bringing you the best of football stories making the rounds in the last 24 hours. Well, of course, we start with the Nigerian Women's Football League Premiership season. That is the NWFL. Well, we did have some games today. And Rivers Angels, well, the team that seems to be invincibles in the NWFL, well, finally, they suffered a defeat in match day 10 against Lagos-based side FC Robo Queens. That one ended 2-1 in favor of FC Robo Queens. Elsewhere, Bayelsa Queens, Bayelsa Queens did face Pelican Stars, and that match ended in 1-0 in favor of Bayelsa Queens. It seems like the Bayelsa side, they seem to be the team to beat, I tell you. Still top of the table. At the moment, they do have 25 points, 4 points clear of Rivers Angels, who come second. So other games played, Confluence Queens and Oshun Babes played out a goalless draw. Delta Queens defeated Ibom Angels by a lone goal to nothing. Ibom Angels still very much in the relegation zone with just 4 points after 10 matches. And Sunshine Queens were 2-0 better than Dream Star Ladies, while Edo Queens played out a goalless draw with Abia Angels, and Nasarawa Amazons defeated Royal Queens by a lone goal to nothing. Well, the match between Edo Queens and Abia Angels isn't wrapped up yet. That game started by 6 p.m. So, at the moment, it is still goalless in that very center. Quite a number of, that is the result. Those are the results, rather, coming in from the Nigeria Women's Football League. Sadly for Rivers Angels, they were able to secure that away win. That could have been another 10 million naira in the bag. Remember that they were promised 10 million naira for every away win by the governor of the state. That is Barrister Yesom Wike. Let's move to the men. Yeah, let's move to the female counterpart. That is the Nigerian Professional Football League. Some matches played today, particularly 6 games. 6 games were played today. And the full-time results sees Warri Wolves played out a goalless draw with Jigawa Golden Stars. Top of the table side, Kwara United suffered a loss to the Seimei Sugida of Kano Pillars. 2-0 ended in favor of Kano Pillars, with Rabiu Ali, the veteran, putting the side ahead in the 61st minute from the penalty spot, while Usman Babalolo, right there in the additional minutes, 95th minute in particular, extended the lead for Kano Pillars. The Nazi Millionaires, Heartland FC of Owerri, well, they were 2-0 better than Wicked Tourist Emeka Atuloma, getting the very first goal for Heartland FC in the 27th minute, and just 6 minutes later, Kingsley Madforo made it 2 for the home team, eventually defeating Usman Abdallah's Wicked Tourist. Abia Warriors, they keep on doing, you want to say, the impossible. They went all the way, not impossible in this case, I tell you, because it was against Adamawa United. But they did pick up another point away from home to Adamawa United. A 1-1 draw, that one ended. Danjuma Jamilu got the goal for Adamawa United in the 67th minute, but that was after Obioma Chukwemeka had put Abia Warriors in front in the 53rd minute. Well, this man did score a brace on Sunday, and right now he has gotten another goal in the NPFL. Rivers United, they defeated the Church Boys, MFMFC, 2-0 with Fortune Omoniwari getting the very first goal 4 minutes after 4 minutes into the second half, and Rafiu Ishak, he made it 2 for Rivers United in the 74th minute. MFM are yet to score in Port Harcourt since June 2016, over 5 years. And you want to say that record continues, as it was Stanley Eguma's men defeating MFMFC 2-0. So, well, those are the matches. Those are the results of games played in the NPFL earlier today. Tomorrow, we'll be having Nasarawa United take on Dakada FC, and Plateau United would also be up against Sunshine Stars, while Katsina United would welcome Rangers International. Well, at the moment, we move to the CAF Confederations Cup, and I can tell you that Eyimba, it's not full-time yet, but Eyimba have an opportunity they could just be getting that crucial point away from home, as it is 1-1 at the moment. Eyimba up against Orlando Pirates right there in Soweto, South Africa. Okay, well, impressive, you want to say, from Eyimba, just trying to get confirmation of the goal scorer. Yes, Austin Oladapo, that was the goal scorer for Eyimba. The man equalized from the penalty spot with the last kick of the first half after Anayo Iwala was brought down in the penalty box for that Eyimba's goal. Okay, well, we move on to other matters right there in Europe.
They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag, and then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back.
Before we go to Europe, Ekiti United Football Club, well, the players and officials were involved in an auto crash yesterday. The club media officer, Kwazim Oladapo, made this known in a statement Tuesday night, describing the accident as mild. Well, he noted that the accident occurred while the players were returning to Ado Ekiti from Ikere Ekiti after their evening training session. While stating that there were no casualties, Oladapo said, but some of them were with varying degrees of injury. Oladapo said the team had recently traveled to Lagos and Ilorin for 2 away matches. After traveling to Lagos on the 8th of March for the midweek clash with Vandreza FC on Wednesday, the team returned to Ado Ekiti on Thursday night. The team also embarked on the journey to Ilorin on Friday morning for the Saturday clash with Osun United. The vehicle returned to Ado Ekiti on Sunday after Saturday's Nigeria National League match without any fault or hiccup. Well, I think it's becoming a recurring decimal right here in the country with the number of accidents involving players and teams that are still traveling by road. Well, this is an NLO theme, but we just hope better things can be put in place. Let's head to the English Premier League and talk a little about Jordan Pickford. Well, the Everton goalkeeper will miss England's 3 World Cup qualifiers this month after sustaining an abdominal muscle injury. Pickford was forced off just before halftime in Saturday's Premier League defeat against Burnley. Well, the Toffee said he will miss the FA Cup quarter-final against Manchester City on Saturday, as well as matches against San Marino, Albania, and Poland. England boss Gareth Southgate will name his squad tomorrow. Everton said Pickford injured his oblique abdominal muscle attempting to stop a strike from Berg Gudmundsson. Well, Pickford has won 30 caps and played in November's Nations League games. And to the UEFA Champions League we go, where Manchester City moved into the Champions League quarterfinals for a fourth successive season by completing a comprehensive aggregate victory over Borussia Mönchengladbach. While leading 2-0 after the first leg, the Premier League leaders extended their overall advantage after only 12 minutes of the last 16-second leg tie through Kevin De Bruyne's excellent 20-yard left-footed strike. Well, 6 minutes later, City scored again as Ilkay Gundogan slotted past goalkeeper Jan Sommer following a fine run and pass from Phil Foden, but the goal completing a 4-0 aggregate win. Well, both matches in this tie were played at the Puskás Arena in Budapest because of coronavirus restrictions. In the other game played in the UEFA Champions League yesterday, Real Madrid reached the Champions League quarterfinals for the very first time in 3 seasons with a clinical second leg performance against Atalanta. Well, leading 1-0 from the first leg, Real doubled their advantage in the tie when Luka Modric pounced on Atalanta goalkeeper Marco Sportiello's poor clearance to score for Karim Benzema to sweep home. Well, skipper Sergio Ramos added the Real second from the penalty spot after Vinicius Jr. was cynically tripped just inside the area by Rafael Toloi. While the Italian side pulled one back through Luis Muriel's marvelous 25-yard free kick, but Marco Asensio's near-post finish quickly silenced any thoughts of a late fight back. Well, midfielder Luka Modric says the important thing was that we got through to the last 8, which we haven't done in the last 2 years. We've shown tonight that there's still a lot of hunger within this team and that we want to continue to win. We're capable of going really far. Well, a lot of persons feel, could Zinedine Zidane just whip up another magic and lead Real Madrid to the trophy that is the UEFA Champions League trophy? We wait to see. Let's move on to the game to be played today, and that will be Chelsea versus Atletico Madrid. Well, Chelsea will be without Jorginho and Mason Mount for the second leg of their last 16 Champions League tie against Atletico at Stamford Bridge. The Blues won the first leg 1-0 thanks to Olivier Giroud's superb overhead kick. While midfielders Jorginho and Mount have scored 6 of Chelsea's 13 goals in Thomas Tuchel's 12 games in charge, but both are suspended for Wednesday. The German said, there are 2 key players for us, especially Mason for his offensive skills. They have been important players so far, but we have a group, so the challenge is to adapt and find solutions. Defender Thiago Silva and striker Tammy Abraham remain out because of injuries, but are expected to be back in the squad after the international break. Well, Chelsea did win the Champions League in the 2011-2012 season, but have not made it past the last 16 stage since 2013-2014. Elsewhere, Bayern Munich tonight will take on Lazio at the Allianz Arena. We move to Italy as Sweden's record goal scorer Zlatan Ibrahimovic has been recalled to the national team 5 years after announcing his retirement. The 39-year-old scored 62 goals in 116 internationals before quitting after the team's Euro 2016 group stage exit. Well, he opened the door to a return in a newspaper interview in November 2020, and Sweden coach Jan Andersson then flew to Milan to meet with the striker. Ibrahimovic has 14 goals in 14 Serie A appearances for AC Milan this season. Sweden will take on Georgia on Thursday, the 25th of March, before playing Kosovo 3 days later in their opening to 2022 World Cup qualifiers. Well, Ibrahimovic has responded to Sweden's announcement of their squad by tweeting the return of the god. Anderson said, when told about the striker's tweets during an online news conference, he can be a little bit funny at times. First and foremost, he's a very good footballer, the best we have had in Sweden. It's obviously very good that he wants to come back. Apart from what he can contribute on the field, he has incredible experience and can contribute that to the other players in the team. Well, the 6'5" striker made his international debut as a 19-year-old against the Faroe Islands and scored in his first competitive match, a qualifier for the 2002 World Cup against Azerbaijan. So Zlatan Ibrahimovic returning to the Swedish national team. Let's move on to other matters, as Arsene Wenger wants to see the World Cup and European Championship played every 2 years and have FIFA kick all the rest out. Well, the ex-Arsenal boss, who is chief of global football development at FIFA, says the 4-year wait between major tournaments is too long for players. The 71-year-old has previously called for UEFA's Nations League to be scrapped to make room for the move. He told beIN Sports, organize only competitions of meaning, kick all the apparel competitions out of the game. People must understand what is at stake and only have games with meaning. If you look at the teams in the World Cup, usually the average age is 27 or 28 because the World Cup is every 4 years. There are very few chances to win it again because when they go back to the next World Cup, they are 32 or 33. That's why maybe we should organize the World Cup every 2 years. Well, the World Cup has been held every 4 years since the inaugural tournament in 1930, except in 1942 and 1946, when it was not staged because of World War II. Well, likewise, European Championship has taken place every 4 years since 1960, with the exception of Euro 2020, which was postponed because of the coronavirus pandemic. Let's, just before we leave the studio, bring you some transfer tidbits making the rounds.
So many wars, settling scores, bringing us promises, leaving us poor. I heard them say, love is the way, love is the answer. That's what they say.
Okay, well, while we try to get that one sorted out, the transfer tidbit, just running through, the gossip column. We do have it here, according to Daily Mail.
Fighting to eat and we wondering when we'll be free, so we patiently wait for that.
Okay, well, Tutto Sport in Italian says Portugal forward Cristiano Ronaldo is more likely to rejoin Manchester United than return to Real Madrid if he leaves Juventus. According to Eurosport, Liverpool are contemplating a summer move for 23-year-old Norway striker Sander Berge from Sheffield United. Manchester United have started talks with the agent of Fiorentina, 23-year-old Serbia defender Nikola Milinkovic. And we also hear that Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich is making the signing of Norway forward Erling Braut Haaland from Borussia Dortmund his personal mission this summer. Sporting Lisbon, Portugal, on the 21 winger Pedro Goncalves has been identified by Manchester United as a cheaper alternative if they fail to bring in 20-year-old England international Jadon Sancho to Old Trafford from Borussia Dortmund. United pursuit of Sevilla defender Jules Koundé has been boosted, with the Spanish club lowering their asking price for the Frenchman to around £50 million. And Arsenal midfielder Matteo Guendouzi says he will work hard to get back in boss Mikel Arteta's plans after his loan deal at Hertha Berlin finishes at the end of the season. And lastly, Tottenham are keen to offload 24-year-old Colombia international Davinson Sanchez in the summer and already looking for a replacement for the centre-back. Well, this is where we end the show today. My name is Victor Oriahi. I am your favorite Melanin sports presenter, urging you to keep staying safe and, of course, enjoy the best of football. It is a Champions League evening, so go out there and have yourself some fun.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial. There is a vacancy for a vibrant marketing officer with vast knowledge in media buying and prospecting. You must be capable of innovative thinking and should be result-oriented. Please note, only experienced media marketers. Send your CV to newscareer95@gmail.com.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
It's hot, spanking new.
On Today 95.1 FM.
Voice of the people.
In case you missed out on the morning show,
Not to worry.
Music, gossip, drama. This is Entertainment Recap.
who doesn't love this?
Entertainment Recap.
Every weekday, Monday through Thursday,
6:30 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM. Tell me what you want. I can be your friend. I can be your muse. Call my name and I'll be there. Do you know me? Do you know me? I am Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio. Catch me when you can.
'Cause you're Peter Pan, you know landing never. Have you ever felt this?
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
You don't try no do better. You don't try no greed better. Not intentional, feel the pressure now when you come to my face. See as I spray the dollar now, that's intentional, international, unconventional grace. Conventional grace. It goes down when my G's connect. No disconnect. I dey catch cruise forget. If you talk, you collect. It goes down when my G's connect. No disconnect. I dey catch cruise forget. If you talk, you collect. I dey catch cruise. Just go 7. Let's again. And it goes down when my G's connect. No disconnect. Just go 7. Let's again.
It goes down with my G's Connect, all right? We're the Catch Cruise Forget. We're catching cruise right here on your Premium Talk News and Sports Station Today 95.1 FM, and another fresh, wonderful Wednesday evening right here in the city of Port Harcourt. How you doing? Welcome to the show. It's Entertainment Recap. It's such a way you get to hear all the latest juicy gossip and trends and amazing stories in the world of entertainment. My name is Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio, your radio muse, your exotic zaddy dripping with opulence, and it's another wonderful time for us to have some fun right here on the style, all right? The voice of the people. Shout out to everyone celebrating his or her birthday today. I just want to clap for you, all right? It's my culture, all right, to always celebrate you on your birthday today. So congratulations if you're celebrating your birthday today. And in case something wonderful happened in your life today on this date, or it just happened today, something happened, all right? He proposed to you, or you said yes to him, or she said yes. Anything that happened, all right, things happened for me today. Just got one very wonderful information, a very good information. So in case something like that happened in your life today, congratulations, all right? And shout out to the 30BG boss himself, David O, all right? Now, his now being everyone has been dragging and saying, look, you didn't carry a Grammy, you didn't get a Grammy, and blah, blah, blah. But he's now set to feature in another Hollywood movie very soon, all right? So keep your fingers crossed. Now, remember Davido did a sprout and Coming to America. Okay, so it's like more or less a compensation for everything. When he was trending for Coming to America, everyone, the outsiders were silent. Nobody said anything. Okay, now outsiders are having the whole fun and everything. So 30BG will respect you guys, but it's our turn to shine. Okay. Why did I sound so biased? Okay, but anyways, he's set to feature in this Hollywood movie. And it's set to be a very dope movie that will be premiering soon. Okay, so for y'all who want to see Davido, I think this time he should really act. Okay, he should really. We want to see him act and do something in that movie, not just singing. Okay, we already know. And he was just given all accolades to Chama in that movie. This love is strong. But anyways, would definitely want to see Davido on another Hollywood movie. Many Nigerians trying to break into the movie industry in Hollywood, likes of D'banj, the likes of again. Okay, I just remember D'banj for now, but it's not been working. So he has really done good, taking Nigeria into that context. And I really like the fact that we're getting ourselves involved in everything. Dude, I saw something today on Instagram. Okay, his name is something Rando. He's a cartoonist, and what he does, he's based in the US. What he does is he makes sketches of people dancing to African songs, and it's really epic. I mean, things that we are so creative, and if we really dig deep into our creativeness and into our creativity, we might just want to be the next big thing happening in industry, in the entertainment industry globally. All right, and something else for the Lovebirds, Omale and Jackie. Now, it's funny, everyone expected it to be Thames. I mean, Thames went through with you when you were in prison. Thames was with you in prison, was together with you when you went through all the trials and temptations and everything, and now you've left halfway Ghanaian. It's not. Omale, you deserve something. You deserve something. Yeah, that goes to show you are not really pleased. Okay, why do you want to leave Thames for Chiaki? But it's a very nice combination. They're both young and they both doing great music. Okay, so it's been rumored that the two are already sparking some relationship vibes together, and they shot a video together, music video together, and some people are already saying, look, this couple is nice and everything. You know this thing that happens, you put the picture together, when you snap a picture together with someone, you put it on Facebook or Instagram or social media, and then people start saying, oh, these people look good together, and from there, you start feeling like you see a future with this person. That reminds me, I would like to find out something from you. Okay, what do you think about dating your best friend's ex? Okay, what do you think about it? I talked about it in the morning, where I mentioned the fact that Drake has been trying to slide into Kim Kardashian's DM, to drop some very nice lines for her. In case she's not feeling Kanye's rap anymore, probably she just wants to vibe to him. So I want to find out, okay, what do you think about, some people come off with different opinions, like, why do you want to date my ex? Okay, she's my ex. Why do you want to come and date my ex? Excuse me, she's your ex. I mean, you've moved on, she's moved on. You don't have any stamp duty or particular document that says, look, this lady would never leave you for the rest of your life, even if she's your ex. Okay, so what do you think about dating your best friend's ex? Okay, hit me up on the numbers 0817 0000951 or 0810 951 951. Hello, good evening. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Emily Praise.
Emmy Praise, you called before and I expected you to send your...
Yes, no, because of my children, nobody was around. Please, let me just call my number, please. I can handle it.
All right, call your number for me.
070.
All right.
67.
67.
38.
38
0902.
0902. All right, 070 67380902.
Yes.
All right, I'll give you a call, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. 95.1 FM. All right, I lost the call. 0817 0000951 or 0810 951 951. Or you can send in your text messages, WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. Hello and welcome. Good evening. What's your name?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Kingsley.
Kingsley. How you doing, Kingsley?
I'm good.
You're enjoying yourself this evening, Abby?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So what do you think about dating your best friend's ex?
I think that is rubbish.
It's rubbish.
Very, very rubbish. It's a very big betrayal.
Why?
Yes, they are ex, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
But at least he's my friend. Okay, she used to be my girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Then my best friend went behind just to date her. That is rubbish.
No. Your best friend is not going behind. He's telling you, look, brother, I like what you have dropped behind.
My brother, it is still wrong. It is still wrong.
Kingsley.
I will not subscribe to that.
Kingsley. You don't know what love can do.
bad.
You don't know what love can do to you. You just might find yourself in that position.
No matter what, we knew about both of us. We had a good time.
Mm-hmm.
But whatsoever that led to we staying apart should not entice you for you to call me. It is wrong.
Okay. Oh.
Yes.
All right.
That's my take, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Kingsley. Okay. 0817-0000951 or 0810-9510951, or you can send in your text messages or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-933-9962. The reason why I'm asking this question, okay, I saw the post, okay, about Drake sliding into the DM, just doing the moonwalk into Kim Kardashian's DM. And Kanye is still, okay, they're going through with the divorce, but it's not, legally done. It's not legally done yet. She's still going by the name West, and we're just feeling, okay, why is Drake coming into this mix? Okay, so I'm asking, how do you feel? How do you feel if your best friend goes after your ex? Okay, your best friend falls in love with your ex, and he wants to date your ex. Okay, he wants to date, or she wants to date your ex. What do you think about it? Hello and welcome. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Wheezy. How was your birthday?
It's fine.
You didn't send me cake.
I'm supposed to give you a cake. Don't worry, it's in my mind.
All right. All right. So what do you think? What do you think about your best friend dating your ex?
It's wrong.
Why are guys saying it's wrong? I don't understand.
It's not good. The food I eat, your friend, let her go to your house and start eating the food. It's wrong.
You called it food? No, I really don't like that terminology. Okay, now this is it. You don't like this person anymore. You guys are not together. You've moved on. She's moved on. And you still feel like you have control over this person. I feel it's wrong. Really, I really feel it's wrong. Hello and welcome. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. This is Eddie Chantel. Yeah.
Eddie, how you doing, man?
What about you?
I'm great. I'm great.
All right, just want to drop a little of what I think about what you just said.
Yeah.
To me, it's not wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I think it appeals to me that even when we were not apart, that my best friend has been.
Okay.
Yeah, like it's almost like he wished we are apart, so he would now do something.
Okay.
But it's not wrong.
It's not wrong, but you definitely suspect that friend. Like you've been snitching on me behind my back.
This guy don't get that plan. So that's the point, bro.
All right, thank you very much, Eddie. Thank you very much. But what if it's genuine? Okay, what if this person actually loves what you don't love anymore? I mean, life happens. Okay, You love this person once upon a time you loved this person and you grew not to love this person again. And then someone else just feels like, look, what you're throwing away, I really, really cherish that. And I want to be with that person. And now you're feeling like, look, probably you were eyeing my property when me and this person were together. All right, what do you think? Okay, 0810-951-0951 or 0817-0000-951. Or you can send in your text messages or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-933-9962. A very quick one. Olamide set to drop an album soon. All right, so keep your fingers crossed. People have been, asking him, and he said he's done with the album, so it's expected to drop soon. Hello, welcome. Good evening.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Israel, and I'm calling from Woji.
Israel from Woji.
Yeah.
Very funny combination. Your name is Israel and you're in Woji. I thought you were supposed to be in Jerusalem by now.
I'll be Jerusalem soon.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, to be honest with you, I don't see anything wrong with that because...
Come on. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't. If you leave something and you don't like it, someone else might say it and then want it.
Yeah.
So I don't find it I don't see it as a bad thing. If my best friend should say to my ex.
All right.
Because if he leaves his ex and I like her, I will definitely go for her.
Yeah, you're the brother, you're the man, you're the kind of person who goes after what he wants.
Yes.
I'm not in any way encouraging you to go after your best friend's current girlfriend or boyfriend. It's not really nice, okay? And I'm not asking you to pray for the relationship to come crashing. No. That's what I'm not doing that, okay? But all I'm saying is eventually, if things do not play out the way they expected to play, okay, you might just want to shoot your shot in one way or the other. But make it clear to that friend, okay? Tell that friend, look, I want to date your ex, okay? Just like Drake is doing. All right, it's time for me to go. Do all to follow me on socials. Dave Melford Roberts on Instagram. It's Dave_Melford_Roberts. On Twitter, it's David_Melford. Melford is spelled MELFORD. Okay, on Facebook, it's David Melford Roberts. Now, I know you're expected to see or hear a celebrity tonight, but unfortunately he couldn't come through, so he's going to be here on Monday. It's going to be a surprise, okay? I don't want to spill the bean right now. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, so it's going to be on Monday. We're really, really sorry. You know how these things happen, all right? But we apologize. The celebrity is going to be here in the studio live with us on Monday, all right? In the meantime, I got some new music from KC Slims, and it's titled Ajay Day Walk. All right, have yourself a very wonderful evening. Catch you guys tomorrow.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
Hold on. Hold on. It's based up big. Me, I no go tire on top of my hustle. Every day I pray because no be by muscle. And me, I dey walk every time. Me, I no go tire. I go dey double my hustle till I dey okay. Dey alright, shey dey okay. Dey alright, we go dey okay. Dey alright, I go dey okay. I go dey alright. So make you no go look down on me. Jaja always working on me. I know just to come and no be Johnny. Why they wanna do me, conny? Baba, now you bless me with this talent. Now them don't be looking for me. Back then they do me conny. I no go lie, them do me touchy. I dey on my grind every time. No, they call my line. If you no get the money from you, cause we go dey alright. We go dey okay. We go dey alright.
say you could be double the money. Yeah, you go touch the money. You go collect the money. You go invest the money. Every time you go double the money. I pray, make you just come away.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the world news on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
I mean, it's great if it's already in the curriculum.
My dad is happy.
Hey, stop slipping with that dial. Be faithful.
Remember, you can send your thoughts to 070-1933-9962.
Be faithful to 95.1 Today FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Fire incidents have become a regular occurrence, with thousands of lives and millions of properties lost every year in this country. Hardly a day passes without news of a fire outbreak in some part of the country, causing fear and panic among the people. Needless to say, we need to remind ourselves of the possibility of an outbreak at any time. This is what is likely to prevent us from being taken by surprise. Always put off appliances when not in use. Do not overload electrical sockets. Fuel your generator before, not when in use. Avoid fixing electrical faults personally when you apparently do not have the skill. Keep the candle on a candle stand.
It takes only a minute for a fire to get out of hand. In case of a fire outbreak, please call the fire service hotline 070-315-221-99. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Fire incidents have become a regular occurrence, with thousands of lives and millions of properties lost every year in this country.
This is
Hardly
Today
a day passes.
95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
What is happening in your community? Does your community feel government presence? Do you think your community's voice isn't heard by anyone that matters?
Join us on Area Talk, the platform that zones in on happenings in, out, and around your local communities. We focus on the problem and take eyewitness accounts to help us get a better picture on any issue. Every Tuesdays to Thursdays by 7 p.m. on Today's Connect, only on Today 95.1 FM.
I feel with you anywhere you day, brother man. You day.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Every community has the custodian of the law, and you cannot do anything to succeed without consulting the indigenous, the owners of that land. So, police is mixed up of various tribes, and the volunteer club is also mixed up of various tribes. We are not only Rivers people, there are people from other states. So because of that, we have to go and give reference and respect to the custodians of the law in that community. So we deemed it fit to see His Majesty King Ateke Michael Tom JP, because of the mighty things he has been doing to curb criminalities and cultism in Okreka Kingdom and also in the whole of River State and Niger Delta. Some of the people that are sponsoring cultism are not youth. So my advice to people that are involved in cultism activities is for them to desist from it. There is no benefit. You cripple your community, you kill yourself, you destroy your family, and you destroy your state. No improvement, no development comes to your community when these activities is going on.
Yes, you destroy yourself, you destroy your community, you destroy the state, and in extension, you destroy Nigeria, sort of, and probably destroy the future generation. You basically destroy the whole world, in essence. Good evening to you and welcome. How was your day? Mine was splendid, mine was beautiful, and I wonder how yours went and what you got to witness during the course of your day. And welcome to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, the only station that gives you the ample opportunity every day to call in and share your views. Most importantly, your eyewitness reports about things happening in and around your community. You call in and tell us, well, Buchi and every other person listening, I went towards this area today and this is what I saw, and I felt that we should all know about this. I don't like that, and I feel it should have happened this way or should be that way. Or maybe, Buchi, something happened in our community and we don't feel safe, and this is this and that is that. Please do all to call in on the program so we can all be abreast of what exactly is going on in your community. Call in and share with us. Like I said, my name is Buchi Rafwa. I wonder what your name is and what your eyewitness report is. Earlier, you listened to a voice and, the issue of cultism has been something that basically not just Rivers State. For the sake of the program, we'll limit it to the South. And unfortunately, there's been lots of negative reports when it comes to cultism within the South. The other day, I told you of what happened in Edo State, where school children clashed, all because they belong to different fraternity. That happened in Edo State. It's not happened just once. It's happened severally. And there are also cases we reported here from Akwa Ibom and from Cross River State as well. And of course, the one from Delta State keeps pouring as like it comes almost every week. We get reports of court clash from Delta State, unfortunately, though. And the one state that we don't get to hear that reports when it comes to cultism is Bayelsa. Well, probably the news doesn't come out, but I know very well that I actually have noticed that Bayelsa State, you don't get to hear about cultism that often. We're not saying it doesn't happen, but it's not as often as every other South state. But then, like I said, the issue of cultism has been what's the word now? Like, I feel every other person, like everybody should be worried and disturbed. In River State, that was last month. There was a report of some children trying to initiate a young boy. Thank God for the local vigilante that were able to that intervened. If not, that little boy would have been initiated. And you heard what happened. It's really unfortunate because this time it's like they are catching them young and getting them into the system. That's cultism and breeding them in it. And then it makes you wonder exactly what will be the fate of our next generation, who are supposed to be the leaders of tomorrow. So the team of the Inspector General of Police campaign against cultism, it was led by Yusuf Idi. They have solicited for a collaboration with traditional rulers in River State in the fight against cultism and other social vices. The chairman, Police Campaign Against Cultism, Port Harcourt's Volunteer Club, he's A.K. Owoka. He spoke when he led the team to the palace of the Amanayabo of Okochiri Kingdom, King Michael Ateketom, and said the move became necessary owing to the fact that traditional rulers are the custodians of the law. Owoka, while noting that the campaign is aimed at saving the children at a younger age from criminal activities, they said they visited the Okochiri monarch because of his role in the fight against insecurity in the state and the Niger Delta. We'll get back to this. I just recalled one story I shared with you. It's not just recruiting young boys. Young ladies are also involved in this, and it's highly unfortunate. So, for this campaign, one would say, yes, it's applaudable. But then in River State, we've had allegations severally, not once, not twice, where some traditional rulers are being alleged to be the sponsors of some of these guys involved in cultism. And now we're seeing this group collaborating with traditional rulers in River State for the fight against cultism. And the only question I have to ask is, do you think that we would see any significant change or significant change in all of this? Would there be a significant improvement when it comes to saving and shielding children away from being exposed to cult activities and the rest of it? Because like I said earlier, we've had several allegations against traditional rulers involved in cultism or sponsoring some of these boys involved in cultism. Now, with all of this allegation, and you have also called in on the program here on Area Talk to complain or to allege similar issues. Do you think this is a valid headway, or you think other means should be exploited? Like, we should try other things? And when I say other things, I would love to know what you think those things are that probably should be tapped into or should be done to make sure that young children are being shielded. But then, if you're talking about shielding children from cult activities, one place where they actually meet each other and get involved in different activities and join different groups is our school, is their schools rather. And well, you know the state of our school currently, especially government school in River State. Now, with where schools are currently, do you see that as a breeding ground for them to do whatever it is they want to do? Because first off, last week, someone called in on Area Talk to complain that there are no teachers in the school. The only teacher there is the principal and one other person supporting the teacher. Now, if probably the set of children in that particular school that are in a cult group, now you can imagine what would happen. It's very much open for anything to happen. They can initiate at any point in time because, number one, nobody to monitor them. Number two, what are they even learning? Nobody to point them to the right direction. And their parents allow them to go to school, hoping that there will be teachers in the school. Meanwhile, they're just going to meet themselves. Or maybe the only principal, I don't know how that principal managed, but whoever you are, kudos to you. But it's unfortunate. But the point we're in Nigeria, when it comes to security, most especially. And it's because of lack of security, that's why things like this, cultism, can actually breed properly. Because nobody's there to secure anybody, unfortunately. Well, like I said, I'd love to get your thoughts alongside your eyewitness reports, which is paramount on the program. Your thoughts on this move by the Inspector General of Police and his campaign group. I'd love to get what you think, if you think this would be a headway, or probably there's something else that should be tapped into or should be sort of used to keep these children and maybe shield them away from cult group. I must say that, okay, I'll let this one slide for now. Probably we'll get back to this in the course of our conversation on the program so I can put up the phone line. We've been talking a lot. And as at yesterday, most of you tried reaching us on the program. Unfortunately, you weren't able to. I sincerely apologize for that. But that's why we're putting up the phone lines way earlier today so you can call in and share your eyewitness reports. And for those at Ogo yesterday that couldn't reach us, please do also call in. The lines are up and they are 0817-0000951 or 0810-9510951. You can send a text message or a WhatsApp message to the number 0701-933-9962. Like I would always tell you, nothing is insignificant. Those little things that you just say, don't worry, it will pass, and you ignore. Those are the things that end up blowing up in our faces. And then at a point we start crying, had I known. So whatever it is that is of concern to you, trust me, it should be of concern to each and every one of us, especially when it's affecting everyone in your community and you believe it's newsworthy. Call in on the program and share with us and let's know what exactly is going on. Meanwhile, for those at Mpogo, again, I would love that you call in and share with us what the current state of things are there right now. The day before yesterday, there were videos making rounds on the internet of what transpired between the task force and the youth in that community. And as at yesterday, we spoke with the community chairman, we spoke with some eyewitness, and we also spoke with the lady that was allegedly shot at. We're still trying to get the police side of the story, especially regards their men that were involved in the shooting, sporadical shooting in that community. Haven't heard anything from him yet, but like I promised you, whenever I hear anything, you sure would get the story from us here on Area Talk. So the lines are up. Let's hear from you. It's time for you to call in and share your eyewitness reports with us. It is 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. Send a text message or a WhatsApp message to the number 0701 933 9962 and let's get your eyewitness reports. Tell us about things happening in and around your community. Speaking about schools, somewhere along Rumukuta from the name is just getting mixed up in my head. That's Obiwali Road. Rumibo, yes, thank you very much. Whoever reminded me of that, even if I didn't hear you, thank you very much. From Rumibo to Rumukuta, there's a school along that area. There's a public government school along that area. I would love to call the attention of those in charge of that particular school to please find a way to get some persons to direct the children while they are on their way home. That's after school activities, especially when it comes to crossing the roads and just creating a path where they can actually go through, get people in place. What I noticed today was these children were just crossing all over the place, like they were all over the place. And for some cars, for some drivers that are not really careful, you really can't tell what would happen. So please, the authorities in that school should make teachers available to help them in crossing. Let them all cross in group instead of everybody just running all over the place like I saw today. It was really sad. I just kept looking. And at a point, I had to call out to some of the grown-ups there to take care of those little children running around because it was disturbing. Anything can happen on the roads here in Rivers State. How has task force been treating you on the road? Have you had any encounter with them of recent, and how has it been? Is it, would you commend this particular administration, or you would say, it's almost the same thing with what we've been seeing before? I'd love to get whatever it is you have to share with us on the program. Call in and let's hear from you. Still Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Welcome back. You're still on to Area Talk 95.1 FM. Good evening. Good evening to you. Very well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm the one that called you yesterday.
Oh, yeah, and I didn't get your name.
Yeah, my name is Harry.
Harry, welcome to the program. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go ahead, please.
I've noticed that these days we'll be having light. What I mean by 24 hours light.
What part of Port Harcourt is that?
I don't know if I should mention the part now. Tomorrow or this night they might take it. I'm scared.
Obviously they won't.
For the past 3 days now, I mean 24 hours light. They don't
steady,
blink.
no blinking.
I'm telling you.
Okay, you should be commending them actually.
Hey, I'm scared to mention this place. So I'm very scared. It's close to NTA, yeah, but I don't want to mention the place. That's why you see I'm not even shouting.
Okay.
Yeah, if they take it, they will bring it. I mean, 24 hours. There's light now as I'm speaking. I'm tired of the light.
All right, that's interesting. First off, it's actually good to know that they've improved, so probably we should commend them on that.
Seriously.
Yeah. All right, go ahead. You were going to say something else.
I don't know. This, our River State governor, or even the president of Nigeria, can't they award all the whole roads to Julius Berger in River State? They will tell Julius Berger, oh, I go and count how many roads are there in River State. Work all of them. Can the governor of River State do that? Is it too much?
Okay.
Not too much. You can award all the whole roads.
In your opinion, it's not too much. They don't just wake up and start working on roads.
No.
You have to. What do you? Does Julius Berger use sand to fix the road? Like you just give them sand and then they do whatever they want to do.
They will bring the number of all the bad roads in River.
I'm talking about the funds that would be put into making the road, working on the roads.
What about the funds they've been using to be they've used to build all these center people around Port Harcourt?
All right.
Yes, because all these things they are building, they are not flyovers. We have only 3 flyovers in Port Harcourt. The one at Eleme Junction, Obirikwere, and my one. It's not by building all these, center people and be calling the flyover. They're supposed to be interchange. Look at the one at Garrison. If you go there now under the bridge, there is still hold up.
Currently, when last did you apply that route?
I drove down there this evening, passed there this evening.
What time?
Around 6.
Okay.
Yes. The road entering Houston Samadi. There's hold up down there. Supposed to build this flyover that has interchange. Let there be runabout on it, just like my one. That's why I can never see hold up at my one. You can never, even Eleme Junction. Hey, they've just taken the light, Gucci. Hi. Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I have to let you go, please. You have to go and talk to Jesus. I wasn't expecting that, but sorry. Trust me, it's not because you called. It's not because you commended them. Trust me, that's not why they took the lights. Probably it will come back very soon. Why do I feel guilty? I'm sorry. I don't know why people have that notion that whenever you glorify or you give kudos to PAGDC for electricity, at least steady power supply, then somehow something happens. And I feel this just proved that's right. But that's not true. It doesn't happen that way. 95.1 FM. Good evening to you. Welcome. Good evening and welcome.
My name is Cookie Gambushi.
Welcome, Cookie. What's happening?
Oh, Bushi, I'm fine and cool.
All right. Good to know.
Bushi, the man that said that's light for the past 3 days in his place. Bushi, I live at home for past nearly close to 40 years. From December to today, we have been having regular light. We have like less than 16 hours every day. Yeah, I live. For the past 4 months. I was telling you one of the stations that we have. They say, Kuchi, I want to commend PhD for these 2 are these things. For this only time I can see. I was talking to you now. That's light in my house.
Wow.
Yeah, they are doing perfectly well now compared to the previous years. Previous administration who stunk about how many trillions of now for light there was no light. 2, Buchi. On Wednesday, I was shocked what I met at that George by Pepperoni.
Today's Wednesday. You mean last week Wednesday?
This one.
Okay.
I was going up between 10 after 10. I run out by George by Pepperoni. They are coming to Aji.
10 p.m., 10 a.m. Which of them?
AM in the morning. Okay. I saw 2 policemen wearing multi. They always stay at that junction there, holding one driver. 2 of them holding him in his trousers, backing him up. People say, I didn't say anything now. The one of the motors will park there and watch them. The man was trying to leave me. I didn't know. Which is, this policeman, hey, this man knocking on the floor. Try to fox him inside his man is driving this keke bus. They say that the man knocked down somebody that Tuesday night. The man said, no, I didn't come out on Tuesday. I didn't drive on Tuesday. It is not me. They refuse. Which is, They push this guy to force him inside his back again. That is boss. The boy dragged for 30 minutes. They were beating his boss to stupor.
Wow.
What I thought that I said, this police brutality, I thought they have ended the Rivers case. The reason I met Atata John, because it pains my heart that a policeman to hold a young man, him to take him to station without being that one, not him carry him. They were forcing him inside his boss. The bar, the police entering, they are beating for gathered. One point trying to record them what they are doing that day. I look and say, oh, Nigeria. I wish in this ages that the policeman can hold his own on the road. Pity the person damn somebody. The second person damn is not there. What happened? The third person came, drive his bus and came to push him inside the bus. The man refused entry. They put him in his pocket and collected his phone and drive his bus to that Abajo police station, Bushi. I want to beg that victim in that station, please, he's carrying my voice this night. If they have not released that boy boss, they should release him. If not the money is carrying my voice this night, they should release that for a young man, because young man now, you know what kind of God. If I have driving motor on that Tuesday night, I didn't come out on paper on Tuesday. It is not me. There's nobody refuse to hear his voice. Which I want to beg the police. Please, if you're hearing my voice, please check out if that man has not been released by his vehicle. They should release that man's vehicle and his boss, please, because it is not good. If a vehicle jams somebody, what if the person jam is not there and the man was not declared wanted, and you're beating that man, knocking him on the road, pushing inside his vehicle. Like that, but if it's an angry party, if it's an angry party, why did you take it to the police station and the police they might handle that young man that Wednesday 10 o'clock after 10, which is please. They should be useful. Police, we are their friends. I love police. I wanted to join police, or I should join police. But they should know that people are watching them. People love them. Those good ones should remain. But police, these bad policemen should know that people are watching them. Thank you, Buchi.
Thank you very much, Cookie, for calling in and sharing that with us. Quite unfortunate, yeah. We'll have to go on a short break now. We will be right back. To stay with us, you're still on to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the world news on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial. I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
My back, I ain't coming back.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Today's news in 60.
President Muhammadu Buhari has said a minimum of 0.5% of Nigeria's gross domestic product, GDP, will be allocated to research and innovation in order to accelerate development. The president disclosed this while declaring open a 5-day Technology and Innovation Expo 2021. Nigeria has been advised to pay adequate attention to cybersecurity matters to ensure maximum impact of the new National Broadband Plan, NNBP, 2020 to 2025. Nigerian mobile banking users will now have to pay a flat fee of 6.98 naira each time they use the USSD banking service. This follows a resolution by relevant regulatory bodies, banks and telecom companies. This charge will be in place regardless of the number of sessions per transaction. The regulators are also requiring banks not to charge any additional fee besides the recommended flat fee. On the foreign scene, the United Kingdom's tech startups raised more in 2020 than startups in any other country except for the US and China. Investment in the UK companies last year was $200 million, higher than it was in 2019's record-breaking year. Today's news in 60.
Have you heard? Returns Market Investment Nigeria Limited have diversified into building a cooperative society with a brand name, Returns Market Multipurpose Cooperative Society Limited, which has given its members opportunity to monthly 10% dividend of their share capital. That is, members enjoy share dividend on monthly basis where funds are placed on various profitable sectors like logistics and transports, financial markets, real estate, industrial productions. All registered members of Returns Market Cooperative have duly received their 10% dividend monthly for the past 4 years and still counting without stories. For more inquiries on how to become a member of our cooperative, you can contact our office today at Returns House, number 33B, Rumola Stadium Link Road, after NMPC filling station, Rumolaps, or number 31 GU Ake Road, immediately after Mercy House by Farm Road 1, Eliosu, Port Harcourt. Call us now on 0903-461-4444 and 0815-518-9002, or visit our website at www.returnsmarketcooperative.com. Choose Returns Market Multipurpose Cooperative Society Limited.
There is a vacancy for a vibrant marketing officer with vast knowledge in media buying and prospecting. You must be capable of innovative thinking and should be result-oriented. Please note, only experienced media marketers. Send your CV to newscareer95@gmail.com.
She no like it, got on naughty, but she go chop if you give her cucumber. Waka from Transamadi.
No day waka from Transamadi again, no. You fit fly from Port Harcourt, go any part of the world with the Kajad You Fit Fly travel packages then we get from Kenya to Dubai. This now in partnership with the Miss Port Harcourt City Beauty Pageant. As we join body with all the fine queens them. Go party for inside Kenya and Dubai from the 12th to go to the 18th of May. We just shaking money of 670,000. You fit get your return flight ticket, hotel accommodation, airport transfer, Kenya and Dubai visa. Menu will be sent and feed yourself, plus including a correct VIP ticket to Miss Port Harcourt City Show live inside the city of Port Harcourt, plus including a free visa application to America. Or you call our number to know more information. The number is 090-185-851-77. The number again is 090-185-851-77. Our office now for 49 in Warfare Road, opposite First Bank off Adajord by Pepperoni, here for inside Pitakwa. You fit fly. Niger number 1 for travel matter and Matthias.
Don't play me your tape for artillery.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. Welcome back from that short commercial. You're still on to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, the program that gives you the ample opportunity to call in and share your eyewitness reports with us and telling us about things happening in your community and things going on around you, things that are of concern to you and you believe would be of concern to the rest of us and are also newsworthy and factual. Please do all to call in. The lines are 0817 080-000951 or 0810-951-0951. If you can reach us via the phone line, which I think is having a little bit of an issue right now, please do also send a text message or a WhatsApp message to the number 0701-933-9962. And earlier, before I went on that break, when I started the program, I asked, what do you think will be the way forward to a long-lasting state without cultism as a whole? Or do you even think cultism can in any way be eradicated from Nigeria? Or let's limit it to the South. Is there any way? Is there any possibility? Any iota of possibility that cultism would be completely taken off, ripped out from its roots in our society today? Or it's just an unfortunate reality we have to live with? 95.1 FM. Good evening to you and welcome. Sorry, I lost your call there. This person says, good evening, Buchi. Thanks for your question. I believe that the idea of going to Okochiri community is the first port of call is significant. This is because dogs cannot chew the bone hung on its neck. IK from Igruta. Okay. All right. Even if I'm having different ideas of what you mean, but somehow I think you're concerned about the community that they went to. Well, okay. Let's hear from others. Let's hear from you. What's your eyewitness report? Is 95.1 FM. Good evening. I lost it again. I'm sorry. I can see the calls coming in, but taking it, I don't know what the problem is. Please do also call in. And obviously, the lines are giving us some sort of issue. So you can just send a text message or a WhatsApp message to the number 0701-933-9962 while we try working on the phone lines. All right, while we wait for your call, I think I have to share this particular one with you. The Federal Executive Council, as at today, they approved the plan by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources to rehabilitate the Port Harcourt refinery with $1.5 billion. And the decision was taken at the weekly meeting of the council, presided over by the President Muhammadu Buhari. Let's see if this one goes through. It did go through. Good evening to you and welcome.
Good evening, Ebuchi. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
It's Choma from Rumibo.
Welcome, Choma. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. And you?
I'm well, thank you.
My area talk is that since for the past 1 week now, we don't have light.
Where did you say is the area again?
Rumibo. The part of Rumibo is if you are entering my KZ Hotel, number 10 is Ezebunwa Street, down to NEPA office. We don't have light. We have been burning generators.
For how many days now?
It's not days, it's weeks.
Weeks.
Maybe the NEPA officials may be hearing me now. We don't have light.
Have you tried reaching out to them to find out why, as your community?
The community people, maybe they may be hearing me too. Something should be done, please.
Oh, you don't even know what they are doing about it.
Nobody is even saying about it.
So it's around Rumibo, right?
Yeah, it's Rumibo.
All right. So others listening, if you know exactly what the problem is and probably you've been able to reach out to PAGDC, you can call in. Go ahead.
Yes. Maybe NEPA officials, because they used to come this street every time and collect light bill. They may be hearing me now. They should do something about it, please. We are tired of burning our generator.
All right, thank you very much.
And fuel is very expensive now for us to buy. I have to do sincere.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
thank you very much for calling in. Good evening to you and welcome.
Hello, good evening, Buchi. Your beautiful voice on radio.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, this is Chief Beke calling from Bori.
Good to hear from you. How is Bori today? It's been a while since I heard from Bori.
Yes, the issue is concerning Togo community. Sometimes I spoke with you about Togo community.
Yes, you did. Has it started again?
Yes, we had the cultists here on Rampage. Last Tuesday, there were some killings again. I don't know that the police intervened in Okuru and the Kodago crisis. Immediately, they swiftly moved in and stopped the killings. The carnage that would have taken place. They should do the same to the Sogo community, which is in Kana Ward 4. And that community, since colonial days to date, we have not had electricity. There is no electricity in that community. The only school, GSS Sogo, that was constructed by the government that since the 70s, so completed. In fact, that community is the most marginalized community in Rivers State. Last year, they cited the banana plantation. When the banana plantation was cited there, the Rivers State governor, Chief Yeson, promised that the people are not monkeys that will eat banana. That when he takes over government, he will do something for them. Till now, nothing is done. There's no electricity. There's no pipe-borne water. The secondary school is not completed. And insecurity, the worst of it is that the community people cannot go to their farms again because people are being killed.
Let me ask you this question now. Looking at your own community, what do you think should be done to completely eradicate this issue of cultism? Okay, even if we're not going to uproot it from its roots, but something to mitigate it to a very large extent.
Is to maintain the presence of security operatives in the community. It's like they can go there and arrest those boys who are responsible for the killings. They are there, the chiefs, the people even know them. It's not hidden. So if they go and trap them and arrest them, they live in the forest, they have their camps in the forest around that area. And they are the boys that are responsible for carrying out robbery operations along the express road where people traveling to Akwa Ibom State to Eket, they rob them time after time. They use the forest as their base. Some of them are also involved in kidnapping. They kidnap and take them to the forest and keep them there. So if the state government, the police authorities are hearing what I'm saying now, they should simply help the way they help in this Okuru and the Okudago crisis by deploying their men to that place so that they can arrest the situation.
For your community now, what do you think is instigating these guys to go on rampage, killing people?
They are fighting themselves, but the fight now escalated to the extent that they started killing elders in the community.
Yeah, you pointed that out.
Everybody to run away from the community. People run to neighboring communities. The few ones that are in the community are staying in the forest.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. I needed to get more details on the one that you said happened on Tuesday. Let's know where to take that one from. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, Buchi.
Hi, good evening.
Yeah, my name is Obaru. I'm actually calling from my 4 Agit area.
Mount 4. Go ahead, please.
Yes. My area talk this evening is on the Uboshimini Road that has been awarded by this administration since the first administration till now, till the first term till now. The road, they are not doing anything on it, and the contractor just come and clear the road, and fix the gutter, but the road is not nothing to write home about.
Okay.
Yes, so the state government should try and do something about it, and even the extension A area, which we had that NDDC wanted to do. Then some people that are supporters of PDP, they stopped the work that state government want to do the job. But till now, we do not see state government. Every year is just scattered for us here.
Interesting.
Please, the state government should do something to come and help us, because when they fall, you pity us here.
All right.
Yeah.
I want to believe they're actually listening to you. The same way I'll talk, that's the same way you're talking. And that's why Area Talk is here. So you call in and talk with them directly yourself about issues bothering you. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Calling from the
Calling from where?
The
What local government is that?
It's Thai.
Oh, Thai. Okay.
Typical Okoneman.
Okay. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I want to talk about the Yokira. Our farm food was destroyed when our government was doing route to Buri. So they just to
a sand dump there where they buy sand from that place. Right from that time till now, our women and our young ones are suffering. There's no road that links us to our farm area. All those places, big, heavy trucks have destroyed that road. And when it rains, all those places will be filled with water, flooded. You can't identify the real route. So we want the state government to please come to our state and come and do that road for us so that our people can go to the farm and get something for us to eat. We have no road, please. We are just left at the mercy of God. So as it is raining season now, no day your person can access their farmland, neither where their place of so please, we want the state government to come and help us and do that road for us. They possible so. Thank you. Typical Ogoniman.
Thank you very much for calling and sharing the concern of your people. Good evening to you and welcome.
Yeah, good evening, Buchi.
Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Chief.
Go ahead. Welcome.
I want to talk about the one you started with, this court TV issue.
Yes, go ahead.
Court will not stop in Nigeria. Will not stop. What the security agency need to do is to see how they can fish out some of these people that are fueling this issue and deal with them decisively. Because the problem we have is that most of our top politicians, when I say top politicians, cut across every corner, without government any level, I don't know what you want to think about it. But when I say politicians, they are members of court.
Are you part of the court, and that's why you know they are members of the court?
Yeah, listen to me very well. They are journalists.
I'm listening to you. Like if you're going to say they are members of any cult group whatsoever, probably you should have facts about it. Or do you go to the same meeting with them?
Now, listen to me.
I'm listening to you.
Just listen attentively.
All right. I listened. 95.1 FM. Lost this call. Let's hear from those sending messages. This one says, Abuchi, please, Governor Wike should open oil mill markets. He closed it because of COVID-19. Now, we know that nothing like that. He did not show up to be vaccinated. Yeah. Okay, for this particular... I've been hearing so many persons talking on this particular issue, the River State governor not showing up. Now, there are different possibilities. It's possible that just maybe he could have maybe been vaccinated. We don't know. And that's why he's not taking another one in public. Or I don't know, but maybe because you don't see pictures or you don't get the statements, it doesn't mean probably it hasn't happened or not. That's one possibility. And on the other hand, well, we believe health workers are supposed to be the ones in front of all of this. So just maybe health workers will take, and then very soon we might hear the River State governor saying he wants to take it. But why should you be bothered whether he takes it or not? I remember the other time before the vaccine came in, so many persons were complaining that, the government officials, health workers that they want to, government officials, health workers and the elderly people and those that are really in need of it, that they want to push forward. The government officials will be a part of them. They would make sure they vaccinate all their family and the rest of it. That they should make it available first for the people before government officials. That's some person's opinion. And of course, some others were like, government officials should take it first before the people. But right now, it feels like everybody, whether those for government officials take it first or not, everybody are just on the case that the River State governor didn't take the vaccine. Just so you know, he's not the only person. Ayade also did not. Just to let you know that he's not alone in this, or on this. At least so far that we know, Ayade has not taken his vaccine as well. This one says, good evening, Buchi. This is message harassment, if I must say. I don't know what to use to qualify this, but thank you very much. Says my eyewitness reports there was a shooting clash between Okuru and Abloma Court Group today. Whoa. The shooting was sporadic and lives were lost. Okay, for those around Abloma, we need you to call in now, please, and tell us what happened. They said they were shooting around Abloma Abloma Cult Group and Okuru. Eddie Chantel from Port Harcourt sent that one in. I would love that you call in to give us more details on what happened. You said lives were lost. Please call in. I would really appreciate that. This one says, good evening, Buchi. My area talks are Mbiamar Kakiabo Road that has been awarded to Cresto Parco Limited needs supervision from River State Ministry of Works as the job going on there is substandard with low quality of asphalt paving. Okaki Udoda NDDC road that has been abandoned by the contractor is in shambolic situation and it remains the only NDDC project in Ngeni Kingdom. So he also went on to say there is no rural electrification, neither good drinking water in the kingdom. It's like everything is just not okay there. We call on River State government and NDDC to come to Ngeni aid. That's coming from Comrade Matthew Samuel from Ikodi Ngeni. This says, Buchi, this evening by 5:40 p.m. I saw River State Task Force destroying fruits in front of my one market. Policemen and other people were watching. That's coming from Joe from Diob. Now, we've seen them, the task force, at different points in time, act off course, if I may say. And yesterday, we spoke with the barrister, and he said, you can confiscate goods. You can confiscate these things if they are being treated at points they ought not to be. Illegal motor parks, illegal markets. Yes, the goods can be confiscated. But destroying the goods is a problem. It's an issue. It's unlawful. So, according to the barrister, you can make a video of what they are doing to your well, the truth is that just do the right thing. First off, avoid them and they won't come close to you. So you don't start giving story that touches. Avoid them, but somehow, maybe it touches someone's head and the person decides to malfunction. Please get a video of it and then this thing can be challenged in court. So the barrister said yesterday. So maybe you should try it out and exercise your rights at least for once. And this one says, good evening, Buchi. Wike is not doing well, though, as he refused to take COVID vaccine after all the lockdown. A good father must set a good example so the children can follow. He said from Aouda, why is that a problem? Yeah, I can understand the concern because when the President Muhammad Buhari, when he took his, in his statement, he also urged government officials to be in the front line, that with health workers and the rest of them to take it, to encourage the people. But then, if you're waiting for the governor to take his own before you take your own and say, governor is not taking, I will not take, you really don't know how he's operating on that side. And you know your own, how you're operating. So just stay safe. It's better to be safe than sorry. You cannot go and say something happened to you and then you say it's because the governor didn't take vaccine. That's why you refuse to take. But why can't the governor send those policemen at Oyibo Express to Sogo in Kana local government where they are needed? Dr. Ike Omwebulu sent that one in. Probably would ask the governor that question. I don't have an answer to that. This says, what if he had taken it before? Like long leg to order it from... still represents the government's king. Okay. So, like I said, there are different possibilities. You haven't heard from them. So, until we get a statement from government house or from the spokesperson, we can only just, fold our arms and watch. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't take the vaccine. There's been a go-ahead in Nigeria. It's been approved by NAFDAC. And although I know some countries are stopping the giving of the AstraZeneca vaccine, well, WHO still stands that it's still valid and it's not the reason for the blood clots. So please, like I said, it's better to be safe than to be sorry. This one says he sent his deputy to take the vaccine. Okay, greetings to all Ben in Degema. All right. 95.1 FM. Good evening to you and welcome. Oops. Sorry, I lost your call there. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Bushi.
Hi.
This is Mr. Ike.
Welcome, Mr. Ike. Good to hear from you.
For the governor not to take this vaccine, a very bad example. Very, very bad one at that. And we don't really know the reason why no agree take them. Whether the thing they harmful to health or
because we see Buhari and Usubanjo, they take their own. Now, on the tax force, Buchi, the barrister said they should take pictures. That matter cannot be even challenged in court.
Okay, why?
Because these traders are very stubborn. You tell them to go out of the market, to go out of the main road, they will not accept to go out of the main road.
No, that's what. No, the only reason you can do that is when you know you're on the side of the law.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. You're doing the right thing, and they are going beyond limits and destroying
Yes,
your
I agree
goods.
with you. They are going-
Yes,
they are
then
going
that
beyond
can
limits.
be challenged.
It can be challenged if maybe the area you stay and the government say go away from that place and you refuse it. So what are you going to challenge in the court?
Well, the tax force are supposed to take people off those trading illegally at motor parks
Yeah.
and illegal market, right? Let's take, for example, I'm not completely going by the story though,
Yeah.
because I haven't heard officially from the tax force chairperson. So let's take, for example, the allegations being made against the tax force at from people at Umbogo. They said
I heard that one.
exactly for cases where they go into people's houses. I even heard they went into hotel. Allegedly, they went into hotel, destroyed goods, were shooting at people. Things like that are things that can be challenged.
Buchi,
I'm listening.
If there is no evidence to that, what are you challenging?
Well, obviously there are videos. You should go online and you see the videos.
If there are videos, like I heard from the chairman yesterday, you understand? He said that we challenge the matter.
No, he said he would commune with his community
with
people
kinsmen,
first off.
With his kinsmen.
Yes.
Because I had you interviewing with him yesterday.
Yeah.
So I think that is a good one, if they can challenge that matter, because these people are going beyond their limits. Thank you.
All right, let's see where that ends up at the end of the day. Good evening to you. Welcome.
Yeah, hello, Buchi.
Hi.
Hello?
Hi, good evening. I can hear you.
Yeah, listen, I want to talk about this vaccine issue. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
This vaccine issue, if the governor refuses to take it, it's not a big deal from you. I will tell you why I said so.
I'm listening.
Because we need people that will take this vaccine and give us the actual position of this vaccine. I would have loved the media houses to take the vaccine. So that if the team do them somehow, they can be able to come up on air and tell us how the vaccine works. You know? For me, that's how I see it. Let the people that are working in the media houses, like people like you and other your colleagues, let them take the vaccine. They can give us the actual position of how that vaccine is. If the vaccine, because no media people, now you will not hide. If the vaccine is not good in your system, you will quickly run to the studio and tell us that this vaccine, look at how it does. So we need something, we need to get evidence that.
So for you, hearing from government officials doesn't count?
It doesn't count because sometimes they will show us something in television and they are injecting them something else. And
All
when
right.
this vaccine is there, they are not injecting their original one. If the media house people should inject it, if they assure us that this vaccine is okay, people will be running out of their houses, flying everywhere to go and take it.
All
because
right.
what we need now is concrete evidence that the vaccine is okay. Then everybody will rush and go and take it.
Okay. I'm sure it will get to the point where every other person can get it, but there are frontliners currently, healthcare, health workers, elderly people, and those in critical conditions. They are the ones at the forefront for now. So when they have taken theirs, I guess we can all follow suit as well. At 5.1 FM, good evening. Hello.
Good evening, Buchi.
Good evening. How are you doing?
I'm well, I'm fine.
Okay. Oh, that's good to know. Go ahead. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Obogoro.
Okay.
Why are they troubling our governor, whether our governor take it or not? Which state is concerned? They should stop troubling governor like that. Well, it is encouraging if he take it. But since our president has taken it, that is what matters, and our vice president has taken it. Even if the governor couldn't take it, they say another person's food can be another person's poison. Maybe nobody knows, but as he refused taking it, doesn't mean that it's not advisable to be taken. So whoever that wants to take should take.
Now the thing is that just so you know, there is nothing like he refused to take it. We haven't heard anything from them. The only problem is that people have not seen pictures or videos or statements from government house, and that's why they are saying all they are saying. So there's no certain statement that the governor refused to take it.
So another suspect for me, maybe he might have had what the Canada and the other country that refused the vaccine. Maybe that can also be discouraged him not to take it or not to be absent. You see, so but not for him not taking doesn't mean that any other person. But how do we fight the coronavirus if we refuse to take this thing? How do we fight it?
Exactly. And we all have to stay safe and get vaccinated. 95.1 FM, good evening.
Hello, Buchi. This is Buchi calling from MOA.
Oh, good to hear from you. How is MOA? What part of MOA precisely?
Rumakundi.
Okay. How is it today?
Fine.
Go
the
ahead.
problem that we don't have light. That's our problem. We don't have light. At least development on the go small. We don't have light. And I'm still begging foreign investors to come and invest. MOA is peaceful. MOA, there is no place that you be in MOA today that if you answer to Lord that they will never, that they will not recover it.
All right.
I beg, may them just come invest. It's like Egypt, there's a charity begins at home. I would say don't start up. I would say now, as I'm talking to you now, China, you people there MOA. So let me not call China because if I talk China, I'm not in a particular country. You know my language. Then they more and now they walk. So make other foreign countries, make them come. Then the vaccine where government no will take. My brother.
See, you see, that's where people are getting it wrong. You just have not seen or heard anything. Doesn't mean that he refused to take it. Until probably we hear from the spokesperson that the River State governor has refused to take the vaccine because of this and that, then we can start saying he refused it. Well, nothing like that so far. Let's just wait and see how it goes, though. This one says, good evening, Buchi. I'm God's Power from Port Harcourt. I want to ask, have you taken the vaccine? If no, why? Well, health workers are in the front line. So when you can actually register for the vaccine, but after registration, you still have to wait for those in front line to get vaccinated. And then every other person can follow suit. This one says, do you know that transporters in Ebeda have increased fares for only hearing that price of fuel will rise? Chiefs, opinion leaders, and youth should intervene. From Stan Chinedu in Ebeda, Emoga. Please, let me even share with you this one. It's not just Ebeda. At a point, I was leaving the office. I had to take a taxi from the junction to Choba, like just our junction here to Choba. Guess how much this man called? He said 150. Now, if he had said 100 naira, I'll say, okay, maybe he added 15 naira, but the guy said 150. Is that normal? Obviously not. Well, thank you very much for joining me on the program and doing the program with me, of course. My name is Buchi Rafwa, and much earlier we had challenges with the phone line. Apologies to all those that tried calling then and couldn't reach us. Well, thank you for being a part of the program. We'll do the same thing tomorrow. We'll put up the phone lines, of course, for you to share your eyewitness report on the program. Good evening, and do stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM. It's the voice of the people.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Good evening and welcome. You're on to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, and it is time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the wall today. I am Buchi Rafwa.
And I am Dave Roberts.
In the headlines, Tunisia president visits Libya in solidarity show.
Hospitals still stretched after Equatorial Guinea blast.
In Brazil, health services in worse crisis as intensive care unit runs out of capacity.
United Kingdom's 25 million vaccination milestone reaches 100 days after first jab.
And here is the news in detail. In Niger, it has commenced a 3-day national mourning of 58 people who were killed by gunmen in 2 separate attacks near the border with Mali. And residents of the western Tillaberi region said suspected militants targeted vehicles carrying traders returning from local markets. While no group has claimed their attack, the region has suffered frequent attacks by armed groups linked to the Islamic State group and Al-Qaeda. In January, more than 100 villagers were killed in the region in one of Niger's worst ever attacks.
Over to Kenya, where Kenya's government spokesman Cyrus Oguna has sparked up opera for saying people should stop crying over high taxes over fuel price hikes came into effect. Oguna told media briefing that the amount of taxes those people paid in Europe was nothing compared to what they were paying in the country. Social media commentators have demanded an apology from the government spokesman, saying that his comments were insensitive at the time when many were facing economic hardship. Kenya's energy regulators said petroleum pump prices were determined by a formula that included the cost of importation plus other charges on the supply chain. It said that the importation of fuel mirrors the prevailing prices of petroleum products in international markets.
And over to Tunisia, its President Kais Saied is visiting Libya to show support for the new interim government that is part of the United Nations-backed attempt to bring unity and stability to the country. This is the first visit by the Tunisian head of state since 2012. Tunisia's hosted talks last year between Libya's warring factions that helped prepare the way for the recent political breakthrough. The unrest in Libya has had a negative impact on Tunisia's economy as it was once a big market for farm produce, building materials and consumer goods.
Now to Equatorial Guinea, where 10 days after a series of explosions left more than 100 people dead in Equatorial Guinea, hospitals are still overwhelmed by the number of people injured. Aid agencies offering help to the country say most or some of the affected by the blast have not been able to seek treatment earlier as they did not have a health care cover. The Israeli Defense Forces, who are offering medical aid in Bata, said that even though the search and operation activities have been called off, a lot of bodies lay unclaimed in the morgues. The chief medic of the mission, Colonel Norm Fink, said some patients were still traumatized after the attack, adding that many were also trying to overcome their injuries at home. The government has now made access to healthcare free for charge to all those affected to allow them with no financial means to come forward and receive care. President Obiang Mbagozo has also blamed the explosion on the recklessness of farmers who lit fires near the military barrack where an armory caught fire.
And in Denmark, it is set to deploy a frigate to the Gulf of Guinea in Africa's west coast to help address the rising sea piracy in the region. The country, which is a major shipping nation, will send the frigate to the region for 5 months from November 2021. Pirates continue to attack ships in the West African coast and have been behind several kidnappings in the area. While they mostly target oil and gas tankers, small boats have at times been attacked too. About 40 Danish merchant ships sail through the Gulf of Guinea, daily transporting goods worth $1.6 billion a year.
We'll go on a very quick break. When we get back, more stories. Stay tuned.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. You're still on to the world news. The world today, rather, on Today95.1 FM. And in Senegal, its traditional wrestlers have rejected accusations that they were involved in the recent protests that wrecked the West African country. The wrestlers, who are revered by millions in Senegal, had been angered by reports that they were behind the violence in which at least 8 people died. Some people have accused the government of hiring wrestlers to quell demonstrators. Senegal's Justice Minister Malik Sall suggested that the wrestlers were involved in the unrest to let off steam at a time coronavirus pandemic restrictions were in place. Senegal's protests in recent weeks were sparked by the arrest of an opposition leader, Ousmane Sonko, accused of rape, which he says is politically motivated.
Now to Libya, a new United Nations report has accused countries supporting armed factions in Libya of extensively violating arms embargo imposed on the North African country rather. Libya has been under arms embargo since the 2001 uprising that drove out the former leader, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. Until this month, the country has been split between the UN-recognized government in the West fighting against the warlord Khalifa Haftar, whose rival administration controlled the East. The two sides were supported by different regional powers. Some of Haftar's international supporters, including the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Russia, Syria, and Egypt, have been singled out in previous reports. Turkey and Qatar, which support the authorities in Tripoli, have also been named in the report. A new unity government was sworn in on Monday, marking the end of the years of rival administrations.
A senior World Health Organization (WHO) official has urged African governments not to lose faith in the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine after several European countries suspended the use of the jab. The WHO's head of immunization in Africa, Dr. Richard Mihigo, said the product had so far proved to be safe. Earlier, the European Medicines Agency, which is investigating a small number of reports of blood clots following inoculation, reaffirmed its conviction that the benefits of the jab outweighed the risk. African nations are relying on the AstraZeneca jab as that it's cheaper and easier to store than other vaccines. And many have already received doses under the COVAX Global Sharing Initiative.
Now to Brazil, where Brazil is experiencing a historic collapse of its health services as intensive care units and hospitals run out of capacity. Brazil's leading health institute, Ficaros, has warned that all COVID-19 units except 2 of Brazil's 27 states are at above 80% capacity. The warning came as the country registered its highest daily death toll yet, with 2,841 dying within 24 hours. That figure constitutes a large jump from the previous high of 2,286 on March 10th. President Bolsonaro has consistently opposed quarantine measures introduced by state governors, arguing that the collateral damage to the economy will be worse than the effects of the virus itself.
In the United Kingdom, its Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, has said the UK had reached the milestone of giving a first dose of a coronavirus vaccination to 25 million people, exactly 100 days after the first jab was delivered in the country. The Health Secretary also said the UK is on track to achieve the Prime Minister's target of offering the first dose of the vaccine to all over 50s by 15th April, as well as all adults by the end of July. Vaccines Minister Nadhim Zahawi, who said it was an incredible milestone, noted that the move was for the safety of citizens and their families. Zahawi assured that the vaccination program will continue to expand over the coming weeks and more people will receive their second doses.
Now to Poland, the Polish government is introducing a 3-week partial lockdown to try to slow down an increase in coronavirus infections. From Saturday, hotels, shopping centers, cultural and sporting facilities will be closed across the country. Health Minister Adam Niezelski said the main cause of the spike in infections was the spread of a variant which originated in southern England. Poland earlier today saw its biggest number of new cases in 4 months. The number of patients on ventilators is higher than any at the time during the pandemic.
Meanwhile, Yemen's rebel Houthi movement has expressed deep regret over a deadly fire at a migrants' detention center in the capital Sana'a earlier this month. A senior Houthi official said 44 migrants had been killed and 193 others hurt in the blaze, which he described as accidental. Yesterday, the United Nations demanded an independent investigation, and Human Rights Watch accused Houthi forces of causing the fire by launching projectiles at the center. The Houthis have controlled Sana'a and much of northwestern Yemen since last 2014, when they ousted forces loyal to the government of President Abrabu Mansur Hadi. The conflict escalated the following year when a Saudi-led coalition of Arab states intervened to restore the government's rule. The fighting has left more than 100,000 people dead and triggered the world's worst humanitarian crisis.
That story from Yemen concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Stella Sasongo of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of stories that made headlines. Tunisia president has visited Libya in solidarity show.
And hospitals are still stretched after Equatorial Guinea's blast that left more than 100 people killed.
Brazil health services are still in worse crisis as intensive care units run out of capacity.
You also heard that the United Kingdom's 25 million vaccination milestone has reached 100 days after first jab.
Until same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. But before we go, we'll hand you over to BBC Focus on Africa. My name is Dave Roberts and she is
Buchira Fuad. Stay with us.
BBC World Service at 15 hours, Greenwich Mean Time. This is Esau Williams with Focus on Africa. Today, who's responsible for the killings of civilians in Niger near the border with Mali? Also, where is President John Pombe Magufuli of Tanzania? Speculation in his country is rife.
There are people who are believing wholeheartedly the officials, but there are others who have categorically said that, they will believe that the president is fine once they've seen him in person.
Plus, faith figures in Africa not helping the messaging on COVID-19 vaccinations.
I think it's incredibly important for religious leaders to spread accurate and up-to-date information about vaccines and making sure that that information that they're spreading is relevant to their congregation.
And I'm Isaac Fannin with your sport. A busy day of Confederations Cup action, and I'll have the latest.
That and more today in Focus on the BBC. Good afternoon and good evening wherever you are. This is Esau Williams with Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service on a deceptively sunny but chilly afternoon here in London. And we focus first on Niger this afternoon, where it's 16:06 local time and at least 58 people have been killed after attacks near the border with Mali, according to the government there. Gunmen opened fire on 4 vehicles returning from a market in the Tillaberi region. Joining me now is Niagale Bagayoko, who's the president of the African Security Sector Network and a West Africa and Central Africa security expert. Welcome to the program. First of all, who's behind this attack? Do we know?
It is a bit early to say what exactly happened, but it seems that there are community disputes between members of Fulani and Zarma communities, which seems to have been competing for a few weeks before this bloody attack.
And it's happened close to the border with Mali. Are there any particular issues about that part of the country?
Absolutely. Tillaberi region is next to the so-called next and part of the so-called 3 border regions between Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, which is the most unstable areas in the Central Sahel. And it's important to remember that at the beginning of January already occurred another horrific attack, this time against from a member, jihadist member from the Zarma community, who targeted once again villages in Zama Darey and Chombongu. It is also an area where the Islamic State in Greater Sahara is very active, as well as some Katiba, some rebel groups from the affiliated Al-Qaeda JNIM. So it is a very unstable region.
And, I mean, how has, in your view, the government of Niger been able to provide security for its people in that part of the country?
Problem not only in this part of the country, it is also the case in the eastern part, in Difa region, where the civilian populations have been targeted for years. And we can see how limited, in fact, it is the focus on the anti-terrorist approach to deal with this crisis, which is in fact much more multidimensional. But it is also important to remember that Niger have been exploring and implementing also very efficient policies in terms of community dialogue, including via the so-called HACP, which is the High Council for Reconciliation. So there is a need not to only accuse the government, but rather, in my view, to think about a new approach which will be much more focused on protecting civilians, not only against jihadi attacks, of course, but also against community-based disputes, criminal attacks, and also other kind of abuses and violence, for instance, from defense and security forces.
Okay, Niagale Bagayoko, president of the African Security Sector Network and a West Africa and Central Africa security expert. Many thanks indeed for joining me. Now, the High Court in Kenya has upheld a ban on female gender mutilation, a step welcomed by the campaigners. I beg your pardon, that's not the story we're doing now. Sorry about that. Right. So let's go to Tanzania next, I'm told. And in the country, the speculation is rife there as to the whereabouts of President John Pombe Magufuli. The president has not been seen in public for more than 2 weeks, and now the opposition party, ACT Wazalendo, claims it knows for sure, quotes, that the president is ill, unquote. They're also calling for an interim president to be appointed. To add more to the intrigue, 3 people were arrested over the weekend over allegations of spreading malicious information about the president. The government, however, has called on citizens to ignore the rumors. The BBC's Athuman Mtulia has been following developments from Dar es Salaam.
The last that we've heard from a very high-ranking official was on Monday from the Vice President, Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, who is currently on a work tour in the northeastern region of Tanga. Mama Samia said the president was greeting the people of that region with thanks for the votes that they delivered in the campaign last year. She dispelled all the rumors and told the residents of that region and the entire country that, they should not fall into what she termed as rumors. And those rumors are, as you know, that saying that the president is sick.
And how successful have they been? I mean, are people still rumoring about this, or has it now sort of gone to bed?
Well, people still are concerned about this. People still discussing about this. People are still talking about this in streets, but it is more prominent discussion on social media, especially on Twitter. You can say there are people who are believing wholeheartedly the officials. First, it was the Prime Minister on Friday and the Vice President on Monday. But there are others who have categorically said that, they will accept or they will believe that the President is fine once that, they've seen him in person.
And clearly the situation is made more complicated with news that the opposition party is claiming that they know for sure that the president is ill.
Well, the ACT actually announced yesterday that, they want the government to come out clean about the president's health. And they say they want, if president is ill, then they want the constitution to be followed. And the constitution stipulates that, once, if it's confirmed by the cabinet that the president is ill and he or she cannot execute his duties, then the cabinet should consult with the Chief Justice, and the Chief Justice will form a team of doctors to probe the matter. And of course, if it is confirmed that, the president is capacitated, then the Speaker of the House will be notified. And then the Constitution says the Vice President will take over for the remainder of the term. But again, that if it is confirmed that he's ill. But as of now, the Vice President and the Prime Minister have insisted that the President is fine and he is busy with his schedule.
And Athuman, you've been speaking to citizens in Tanzania. What have they been telling you?
Yes, we've been talking to them, but most of them they're saying, or they're advising others not to speculate. Here are they.
In my opinion, speculating about such a leader is not a good thing. If you are not sure about it, don't speculate, or otherwise legal actions should be taken against you. You never know. Maybe he's relaxing at his home.
Kwa jina naitwa Hatibu Othman, mkazi wa Mikocheni A, Dar es Salaam. Maoni yangu ni kwamba
speculating about the president's health and whereabouts, if it is not beneficial to you, then should not be something to dwell in. Falling ill is quite a normal thing for human beings. We Muslims believe is a form of worship. But if you don't have any proof of it, then don't speculate.
Mimi naitwa Salim Abdu. Maoni yangu kuhusu kiongozi wetu wa nchi.
We've been created to face challenges, hence falling ill is quite a normal thing. It is a must. Once you recover, other things will continue. My advice is for people to avoid speculating. They should only speak for what they can prove.
Those are people there in Dar es Salaam. Finally, is it likely at all, do you think, that the president will make an appearance due to the pressure? I mean, that would put everything to bed once and for all, wouldn't it?
In 2019, October, similar rumors appeared back then. And then after a few days, the president was seen in public. Definitely, that will be the most effective way of putting these rumors to bed this time again.
And that's the BBC's Athuman Mtulia there, speaking to me from Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. This is Focus on Africa in the World Service of the BBC with me, Esau Williams. The time has just gone 15:16 Greenwich Mean Time. And standing by with a roundup of other stories making news from across Africa today, Paul Bachubinga.
Thank you, Esau. The World Health Organization has approved the COVID vaccine developed by Johnson & Johnson for use in all countries, including those affected by variants of the virus. It's the first single-dose jab to be listed by the WHO, which should make it easier to roll out in less developed countries.
In the shooting of a lawyer in 2003 and was also involved in the assassination of journalist Deda Haidara in 2006. He allegedly drove gunmen who killed Haidara. He fled the country, snitched on the junglers, and in 2014 participated in an unsuccessful coup against the Yahya Jammeh regime.
The Tunisian President Kais Saied is visiting Libya to show support for the new interim government that's part of a United Nations-backed attempt to bring unity and stability to the country. It's the first visit by a Tunisian head of state since 2012. And there are religious tensions in Nigeria's north-central Kwara state over the use of head-covering hijabs by female students in Christian missionary-founded schools. Azizat Olaluwa reports.
The state government closed 10 schools in February to resolve the conflict between Muslim parents and mission schools over the use of the hijab. Missionaries are against the use of head covering by female students in their schools. An initial order to reopen the schools earlier in March was reversed for safety reasons after the Kwara government approved the use of the hijab in all public schools. Christian parents and missionaries say the government's decision is against the religious foundation of the affected schools. But Kwara government says it is fair to uphold the rights of all citizens.
And that's Azizat Olaoluwa ending that roundup with Paul Bachibinga. Many thanks indeed. And on now to today's sporting headlines. And hello to Isaac Fanning.
Hey there, so 8 Confederation Cup matches today. I have 3 results for you. In Zambia, Napsa Stars were leading Kabayi by 2-0, but an own goal from Amos Simwanza on the 82nd minute made it a nervy end, and Masinisa Nesla equalised for the Algerian side. In the other match, Cameroon's Cotton Sport beat defending champions RS Berkane 2-0, and in Dar es Salaam, Namungo were beaten 2-0 by Pyramids. 4 more games kicking off in under 40 minutes' times. I'll bring you updates on that later on. Now, in Europe, 2 Champions League matches have been taking place, or will be taking place this evening. Chelsea will look to knock out Spanish league leaders Atletico Madrid. They take a 1-0 lead into the match at Stamford Bridge. Champions Bayern Munich play Lazio in the other match. They lead 4-1 from their first leg. And in cricket, South Africa's women's team have secured a 10th one-day international victory in 11 as they beat India by 5 wickets to seal a 4-1 series lead. Iso.
Isaac Fanning, many thanks indeed to you. Now,
All right, welcome back. That was BBC Focus on Africa.
Yeah, and then you hear use of hijab or not. So what do you think of the stance of the Kwara State's government? Everyone should exercise their rights.
I think everyone has the right to exercise their right, okay? So if you feel like it's not something that is in tandem with your religious belief, or it's not something you really want to go ahead with as a fashion statement or as a religious statement, you don't necessarily need to be forced or cajoled or given a certain view because that is not what you want to do.
Yeah, exactly. And I completely buy into everyone exercising their rights. Well, in the first instance, if you are not going to allow these ladies, that's the Muslim people now, ladies, dressing their own attire, then probably you should have said it from the onset. You are not admitting this set of people for this particular reason. Yeah, you get where I'm coming from.
Yes.
So I believe I completely stand with the Kwara State government and the decision that has been taken. Meanwhile, you heard earlier from the BBC what happened in Niger. The burial, the mourning of 58 people who were killed by gunmen in 2 separate attacks near the border with Mali. I hear of this story, and whenever I hear of attacks like this, the only thing that comes to mind is the situation Nigeria is going through. And obviously, we're not the only ones within Africa going through such challenge.
Yes. I wanted to just ask you something. Don't you feel like Africa is heading for a nosedive with this repo account of series of crimes against humanity, war crimes, not just in Nigeria, in Cameroon, just close by, Niger, close by, Mozambique, in Uganda. It's
almost everywhere.
It's almost everywhere.
And
Central
there are
African Republic.
similar issues. Militants, what they call insurgencies everywhere.
At the same time, in the same time space, let's juxtapose it with, the European countries. You're not seeing this kind of things happening. Isn't it time for African leaders to look inward and say, look, what's the reason for this?
No, first off, with the time and age we're in, would want to believe that certain things could have been put in place. Let's take, for example, Nigeria. Some persons are of the opinion that certain things should have been put in place to mitigate this issue. And with all of the money that's been pumped into fighting insecurity in Nigeria, with changing of the service chiefs, with all we have seen happen so far, with how long this thing has lingered, then one is tempted to feel that it's beyond just the mere security challenges. Probably there's actually much more to this fight against insecurity than what we are seeing. And well, if it's happening in Nigeria, then one can say the same thing for maybe some other countries within Africa.
And just to second what you said, I feel every country going through this trying time, especially in the case of insecurity in Africa, has a similar it's a similar issue they are fighting. It's either insurgency or rebellious attacks. And it's a particular group of people, doing the same things in different parts of the country. I think, if we want to generally mitigate this issue, we should start looking at it holistically, not just in Nigeria or not just in Cameroon or not just in Mozambique. The AU should get together and look inward and say, look, the issue of insecurity from terrorist groups, has become a primary issue now in the continent of Africa. How do we deal with the issue of terrorism in the continent of Africa?
Well, that's a question we'll all still asking each other. And so many persons have preferred solution, but somehow insecurity has gone unabated, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Dave, this is a straight up question to you, and I'd love to hear how you'd react to something like this. We are aware of what's happening in Tanzania, where there's been allegation that the president, Magufuli, not missing exactly, like contracting.
Most people feel like he contracted COVID-19.
COVID-19, and
they took him into hiding.
No, that's... Please.
That's a speculation.
That's a speculation.
Okay,
Please do not come to conclusion yet. But how would you feel? Because I was listening to this. This conversation started last week. I was watching, was it BBC? Yeah, I think it was BBC. And seeing people's reaction to them not having seen their president for a while. And then I picture what the situation would be like in Nigeria. Let's say for 2, 3, 4 weeks we don't see the president. How would you, Dave,
Hasn't
personally?
It happened before?
I know it's happened before, but right now, how would you react to that, knowing fully well that it's an era of coronavirus and then anything can happen, and considering the age of the president and so many other things?
I mean, you're putting me on the hot seat right now, but I feel most Nigerians, especially. Let me speak for myself. I would rather be indifferent. This is not the first time he has not been in the country. For a couple of months for medical reasons or for presidential issues. So I really wouldn't feel too concerned until probably the duration of the stay outside the country becomes too.
How long do you think you should?
I mean, if he stays out 6 months, we need to question where he is. What's going on?
Well, Magufuli has not been seen since in public since February 27th, and we're already in March 17th. So, it's not actually up to a month yet. So, just maybe the finger should just be kept crossed. But then, for situations like this, I would expect that. Probably he just shows his face. So just
Magufuli is a very spiritual person.
Rumor.
Is a very spiritual person, and he's someone who is pessimistic. Or optimistic that coronavirus doesn't exist in Tanzania. He has been on this particular issue for a very long time, and he believes that the God of Isaac and Jacob,
like most Africans believe,
is going to fight for them. And I share his religious sentiment also, but we should also know that it's a general enemy. It's a common enemy to all, not just to a particular set of people.
Yeah, but what's more concerning is the reaction from his prime minister. I think sometime Friday he was trying to squash the rumor, and then he said that the president is not ill. He's just working really hard in his office.
Probably.
Now, when you hear why would you be working really hard in your office? And then rumors are going around in the country. Some persons are being arrested for allegedly spreading these rumors. people are being arrested and you're still just there in your office. How hard can you be working that you cannot just show your face and say, okay, people, I'm alive, I'm still good, and I don't have coronavirus?
On the president of Nigeria,
well,
President Muhammadu Buhari,
but at least
make
we
a
saw,
statement when the NSAS protest was at its peak.
Okay, the NSAS, not when he traveled.
No, not when he traveled.
Okay.
When the NSAS protest was at its peak, people were expecting the president to come out and say something. It took him a couple of weeks, to come out. So probably he's behind the scene doing something.
No, that's completely different. This is health reasons. And when you hear coronavirus, some persons, as soon as they hear coronavirus, they feel that once you've been hit with coronavirus, you're completely incapacitated and nothing should be expected of you, at least for a very long time.
Do you feel?
And what they are calling for is just legal process. If you're incapacitated, thanks to health issues, and when it's been confirmed by doctors, then responsibility should be relegated to the vice president.
Don't you think
to run the affairs of the people?
Don't you think some affairs of some presidential affairs should remain clandestine, or should remain within the confines of particular people? Okay, confidential to particular people running the affairs of the presidency.
We're just trying to look at the legal process, if at all. But which, of course, it's tagged as a rumor
nothing has proved that he is incapacitated at the moment.
Then why is he not coming out?
Because it's the clandestine nature of the job.
How does that make sense? Okay, well, I would just go by what you're saying, because the Prime Minister is saying that he's working really hard in the office.
Yes.
And that's why he cannot show face
to the
people.
Mind you, why Tanzania is put on the spotlight now is because of their initial refusal to...
Exactly. And that's
COVID-19.
more reason why the absence of the president is being questioned.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why people are giving all sort of speculation. Instead of allowing people to speculate and people go to prisons, why not just show your face and lay to bed all of these rumors?
Refute all the rumors.
Exactly. But, let's see how that one pans out for
watch
Tanzania.
Out this mystery, please.
All right, let's head back to BBC Focus Africa for the rest of the story.
This was South Africa Today. That's the sound of mourners in Nongoma, KwaZulu-Natal province. They've come out to pay their final respects to the late Zulu King Goodwill Zwelithini Kabeku Zulu, who will be laid to rest in the early hours of Thursday morning. His death last Thursday brought to an end a 50-year reign, much of which was devoted to preserving Zulu cultural identity. King Goodwill Zwelithini, leader of South Africa's largest ethnic group, died in hospital at the age of 72. Well, the BBC's Pumza Fihlani is in Nongoma and is live into the studio now here in London. Pumza, first of all, I imagine the mood was very somber in Nongoma.
It was a combination of somberness and reverence, Esau, and people that are trying to find a way of celebrating the king's legacy. Scores of people came out onto the streets to watch a procession of hundreds of Zulu warriors who were also joined by Zulu maidens who were walking through the streets of Nongoma as a final show of force and respect for King Goodwill Zwelithini. One of the warriors there was Andile Dlamini, and I spoke to him about why he had come out today. This is what he had to say.
I'm here to pass the condolences to our king, because the king, he was everything to us. So now we are crying. We don't know where we're going to go in this situation as he passed away. He's the one who protects us in any situation that comes around. So right now, we don't know where we're going to go.
And Pumza, you're still on the line. I mean, at this time, is there any mention or word of a successor yet to the king?
That is a detail that the royal family is guarding very closely, and there's a reason for that. When the king came into power a few years, more than 50 years ago, for about 3 years, he needed to go into hiding because he was receiving death threats, and that is something the family does not want to see repeated. Culturally, it is usually the first the king's eldest son, who would be the next in line, but that is, again, something that hasn't been confirmed and they're guarding closely. We are expecting that once the burial itself has been concluded and tomorrow's funeral service, which it will be attended by dignitaries, that we will start to get some indication of who will take over this very powerful role within the Zulu kingdom.
Indeed. And Pumza, just explain for those who don't realize what's going on there, the sort of ritual of the burial and what's called planting. Apparently it happens in the middle of the night and only men can attend?
Correct. This is a very it's a very revered ceremony that will only be attended by male members of the royal family. As we understand it, they will be appointed very closely to the burial itself, and there's a reason for that. They want to keep the burial sacred and secret, so they don't even know that they will be attending the ceremony. But separate to that, and that is where the final send-off will happen, where the community also will not be notified of where the king's remains will be laid. But separate to that, tomorrow is a more open event that will be on Thursday, organized by the government, where the president of the country, Cyril Ramaphosa, will be giving a eulogy, and that will be open to some members of the public, but only about 100 people will be able to attend that event. And for many people, that will be the time where they get to officially do their separate send-off.
And finally, Pumza, I mean, what legacy does King Goodwill Zwelithini leave behind?
So very much, the people here believe that his legacy is twofold. He was praised and known for somebody who celebrated Zulu culture and the importance of holding on to cultural identity, particularly in the context of South Africa, which is a country that is trying to balance modern life and religious beliefs. So they praised him for that, but also for bringing in and instilling a culture of embracing education. Some of the people I spoke to here today were talking about how for generations, partly because of the legacy of apartheid, their own education had been interrupted, but that the king in his 50-year reign had reinstalled that culture of valuing education and taught them to let their children go to school as a way of bringing success and development to this region.
All right, live there was Pumza Fihlani for us in Nongoma, KwaZulu-Natal province in South Africa. Many thanks indeed for joining us. Now, the High Court in Kenya, as I tried to say earlier, has upheld a ban on female gender mutilation, a step welcomed by campaigners seeking to eradicate this internationally condemned practice. Well, our correspondent, Esther Ogola, is in Nairobi and is on the line to me now. Esther, a landmark ruling, you'd say?
I would say what it does is that it upholds the rule of law, because there have been so many spirited campaigns to eradicate FGM, and what many people saw this petition as something that could overturn all the gains that had been made to eradicate FGM in Kenya. And it is a move that has been welcomed by so many people, from survivors to activists, who say that indeed this was the best course for the court to take.
And how widespread is the practice, I wonder?
FGM is really an age-old traditional practice. Kenya has over 40 communities. It is believed half of those practice FGM in one form or another. And so it has a lot of significance in these communities, because it is looked as a rite of passage for girls. Once you undergo FGM, you're seen as someone who is a woman who can now participate in community activities. And that is part of the reason why eradicating it has been so hard, because a lot of girls are groomed to believe that this is what they need to do in order to become a part of the community.
And can you clarify for me the verdict? In particular, I understand that a specific petition has been dismissed.
Yes, the petition was seeking to overturn the ban on FGM for adult women. The petitioner, who is a doctor, her name is Dr. Tatu Kamau, said that it went against women's right to choose. However, the court said that there are times when the Constitution, which seeks to uphold the dignity of all peoples, can override the rights of an individual if they could cause danger or harm to the person. And that is what they say they were doing in this case, that there is no basis, there is no benefits that have been documented for FGM, and that for a lot of the women who undergo, even if they're adults, it's actually in response to societal pressure and norms in order to do it. So they dismissed it. The petition also wanted to have FGM medicalized so that women could access it in hospital, but they dismissed that as well. And they say that it did not uphold the dignity of women.
And Esther, is it also fair to say that in as much as you mentioned earlier that the practice of FGM is quite pervasive in Kenya, that equally as dogged is the campaign against it?
Indeed, it is. And I think the campaign really got a boost when the ban came into place. That was in 2011, because then a board was set up in order to coordinate all activities in all the areas. There are particular areas that have managed to reduce the cases of FGM, but there are areas where it's really deeply entrenched. And so this organization, the Kenya Anti-FGM Board, coordinates all activities. It funds activities that go into creating awareness and trying to eradicate FGM. So Kenya, just like every other country, is looking to end FGM by 2030. But in an audacious declaration, President Uhuru Kenyatta said that he is seeking to end FGM by next year, 2022. So there's been a lot of spirited campaigns to try and achieve this, and especially during the pandemic, COVID-19, when there's been a lot of fear that a lot of girls, because they're not in school and were at home, were at high risk of undergoing FGM and being lost into the system, because once a girl is cut, then they're married off as child brides.
Indeed. Esther Ogola there live for us in Nairobi. Many thanks indeed for joining us. And that brings us neatly to the end of this edition of Focus on Africa. From me, Esau Williams, thanks for the privilege.
And well, that's it from BBC Focus Africa. Of course, genital mutilation should be discouraged everywhere and anywhere. It's an archaic practice that does no good to the female child. Dave, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Although I just went to go quickly get something, but it's all good. Speaking of the issue of genital mutilation, I really do not know why some African cultural characters still carry this entity along. It's really, really, it's something that should be abolished generally in Africa.
Mm. Well, hopefully every country embraces it as everyone has so far. And let's see. Dave, I was hoping that BBC would actually wrap up with a particular music. I don't know why I felt like they were going to use that particular one.
Every
and
time
I was hoping
Esau really does.
Yeah, Esau really does wrap up with music. Bola tries. And Audrey also does the same thing. But
it's a Nigerian thing. Bola Moseru.
Well, it's always great discussing issues being talked about on BBC Focus Africa with you, Dave. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
We have to go now. And you've been listening to The World Today and BBC Focus Africa on Today95.1 FM. Myself and Dave Roberts, Buchira and Dave Roberts, did the program together. Thank you so much for joining us. Coming up shortly is Opinion Poll with Dave Roberts and
Gloria Carty.
I would love to call her Gloria Young, but I feel like
everybody has a different
like when I hear
version.
Gloria and I look at Gloria, the only thing that comes is young.
Hot comes to my mind.
Younger.
Gloria
and
Young.
then I just
all
Gloria
those
Young.
African people,
All right. So shortly you hear from Gloria and Dave. Thank you so much for tuning in to Today 95.1 FM to stay with us.
So you're still thinking of me, just like I know you should. I cannot give you everything, you know I wish I could. I'm so high at the moment, I'm so caught up in this. Yeah, we're just young, dumb and broke, but we still got love to give. While we're young, dumb, young, dumb and broke. Young, dumb and broke. Young, dumb and broke. Young, dumb. I was lightning before the thunder.
Thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder. Thunder.
back to what I was saying.
All right.
We feel we're doing a very good job.
Mm.
We feel what we are contributing to the lives and the destiny or the career choices or the life choices of our kids. They're the best. I mean, we learned very, very terrible experiences. I keep using the word we, like I'm a parent already, but I've been put in that position because of some things that life has thrown at me. Okay.
All right.
So most of the times we feel like we're doing a very good job.
Okay.
If I should ask you, how would you rate yourself as a parent? You say, look, I take care of my kids. I pay their school fees, their tuition fees.
Okay.
I buy them gifts. I make sure that they feed properly. I make sure that they're healthy. I make sure that they have a roof over their head. I make sure that they lack nothing. Even the one who doesn't have too much or who doesn't have the resource to make those things happen tries his best, to some extent to make sure that those things work out for their kid. I mean, every parent wants to sacrifice. Even the Bible says, have you seen the kind of father who'd give
A stone to the child
when the child
demands bread.
Give the child scorpion when the child asks for
rice,
or gari. You just bring out one heavy scorpion and give to the child, like, coming from the bottom of my heart,
I'm telling you,
I want to give you this. You wouldn't see the most wicked man on earth doing that kind of thing to his child. Most of the times when I hear stories about Boko Haram and insurgency and killings and banditry, and I wonder.
You wonder how their upbringing was like, right?
Not just their upbringing.
Okay.
These men have children. Now, would they be in that position where someone will come to kill their children and they do nothing? Well, that's another story for another day. But I just want to buttress the fact that we do so much to us. We do so much for our kids. Okay, we try our best as much as possible to do so much for our kids.
We think we're
trying our best, and to the larger extent,
we're not even doing 1/4.
It's little or nothing.
Yeah,
because we have seen repeated occurrences of children who come from very wonderful homes.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, their parents might be leaders in the society.
Okay.
Political, religious, or in one sphere of controlling one sphere of social, of social or political jurisdiction, doing something.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, their kids turn out to be the worst in society. What do you think about that?
Okay. Yeah, talking about, I'm going to come from the religious angle right now.
Mine was a bit religious. Because you've seen it repeated, different repeated occurrences.
Yes, from the religious angle. A lot of pastors or men of God, I don't know. I've been asking myself this question, actually. Why do we have children of pastors or men of God turn out to be something else in society?
Yeah.
And then you kind of want to question the scripture that says, bring up your child in the way that they should go.
Train your child,
yes. So that when he's old,
you
he will
not depart from it.
So I wonder, is it that they don't actually raise their children in the way that they should go? Now, you obviously see issues with the way they train their children. Very obvious. Now, let's say, for instance, we have a pastor who, yes, of course, you honor your man of God, you respect them. Some people even fear their man of God, but that aside, okay? So some pastors want you to accord the same respect you give to them to their children.
Okay.
Yes. I know of 1 or 2 pastors who give a separate seat for their children in church.
Wow.
I'm telling you.
That's strange.
I'm telling you. And then the child goes all rude, arrogant, and a whole lot of virtues that should not be found in that child. So I think sometimes they do not pay enough attention to their children. Yes, some people can be way too religious and spiritual. They want to spiritualize everything, forgetting that they have physical roles to play.
Yes.
So the children just go on, having their spiritual life on fire, but physically they do not have these virtues that should keep them on track in society.
Yeah.
That should make them a gift to society.
Yeah.
And so, on the long run, when they begin to grow and associate with people, because at some point they will leave their parents and go out. And so, at that point where they begin to associate with people, because where they are coming from do not have so much positive influence on them, they tend to deviate. They tend to get influenced by these group of persons. And there is a law of more that states that when an entity, a different entity, comes into a group of same entity, now there is every tendency that that particular entity will eventually blend to these group of entities.
Yes.
And so now, according to the saying, if you can't beat the crowd,
You
join the
join
crowd.
them.
I actually add something to the saying: if you can't beat them, join them or flee.
Okay.
Yes. So now we have the choice to either join them or flee. But when our background doesn't have so much positive influence in us, we tend to join the crowd. And then we also see cases where this child, of course, now, okay, this is like a digression. I'm going to a more social setting.
All right.
Let me come back to the family, parents, pastors, the example that I was trying to give. So they do not pay so much attention to their children, I must say, honestly. And then when they pay attention, it is the wrong attention that they give to them.
Okay.
We have an issue of where you want to discipline a child. Yes, you want to discipline a child, a pastor's child, and then the child goes to report to the parents. The parents will scold you in the presence of that child.
You know, all this is wrapped in and summed into. I think it's wrapped in and summed into something: ignorance.
Is it ignorance?
I feel it's ignorance.
What kind of ignorance?
Now, ignorance on the part of the parent who feels, I know it all, and I know that I am able to cater for this particular child, and I know that I have everything within my reach to take care of this child. So it gives a child a preferential treatment, or he makes a child feel or act or think in a certain way that elaborates or make him or her feel that everything that they need comes from the source, which is the parent.
Yeah. So you think, or you're saying that thinking I know it all or I have it all is another form of ignorance.
Yes, of course.
Yes, because you actually cannot know or have it all.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, you're right. This is one of the issues we've been having in parenting.
Yeah. Now, why we bringing this particular subject matter to the floor tonight is because of the story you told me about.
Okay.
About a young girl.
Oh, okay.
Who went to the house of another young man.
Yeah.
Who is a friend to the family.
Yeah. And a senior.
Yes.
In the school.
In the secondary school.
Yeah.
And to some extent, the parents of this young girl feel this child coming to visit their daughter every single time is harmless. And then on the cause of the interactions, the parents allow this child to go visit the other kid who was a guy for particular reasons, probably academic work,
academic
or
work,
social reasons. But they have built this trust in this particular young man. You can come home, visit my daughter anytime. I can allow you go play with my kids at any time. And at the end of the day, everything turned sour when that particular young man molested their 11-year-old JS2 daughter. And now so many questions come to mind.
Okay.
Why do you allow your kids take their responsibility to another person?
I think we build trust in the wrong direction. wrong direction. Channel your trust.
Sorry. I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that.
All right.
I encourage the fact that you want your child to associate and you want your child to mingle and grow in terms of learning from other people in the society.
All right.
But I grew up in a scenario where they would never allow you do what is meant to be done by you.
Okay.
They would never allow you to take it outside to do that. If you have something to do, if you have a responsibility to address it here where we can see you. All right. So it doesn't look like you grow up outsourcing at every point in time. Where there is a need or where there's an issue academically, you're running out for someone who knows the better idea or the better answer to what the problem is at the time.
Yeah.
Do it here.
Exactly.
Get the books, get the resources, do it here.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we have seen most parents relinquish their duties to other people.
Yeah.
So, baby girl, what do you want to? You want me to do your assignment with you? Don't worry. I'll call someone else who's going to. I'm really busy at the time. Or you want to do something? Just go and play with your friends and maybe sort it out with your friends. And in the process, that child is so vulnerable. Because anything can happen.
Yeah.
All right. So at this time, we've relinquished the obligations of a parent, the one who is supposed to be there as a source of inspiration, guidance, protection. The one who is supposed to be there as the number one role model for the child.
Exactly.
That one turns out to become the one who opens the door, makes it very porous for the child to be vulnerable. And this has been something that has been a pivotal effect. It's had a pivotal effect on the society. Because when these kids pick up strange ideas and strange thoughts and strange philosophies, they bring them home. You can't deal with it anymore. And you begin to use the wrong approach to correct something that you might have corrected a couple of years before this time. So it all boils down to ignorance. I had one woman talk to me and tell me, Dave, how do I best have a conversation with my son? He's growing. He's about 15, 16, and I do not know how to blend into this age bracket he is, coming to, or this age grade he is coming to.
All right.
I'm really not this Gen Z type of person, so I don't know what is trending. I don't know what's the best for him. I don't know the kind of fashion statement he likes. So how do I best communicate with my child? And I began to give her tips on that.
Okay.
All right. So most parents are ignorant. They feel like what worked for the first child, who is about 27, who is an adult, might still work for the one who is 13.
Yeah.
Or the one who is 8. So all this boils down to a sort of negligence and ignorance on the part of the parents.
Yeah, I agree with you. Talking about ignorance, I think that has a very, very long role to play in parenting. Because a whole lot of people actually do not pay attention to parenting while they are yet married.
Yes.
While they are yet single. Now, parenting is really not an easy task. Two couples getting married, it's actually beyond just the both of you. The Bible says he who finds a wife
has found a good thing.
In other words, you didn't actually get married to be a wife. Or you didn't become a wife after you got married. You were a wife before you got married. So it has a lot to do with preparation.
Right.
You have to be prepared to be a wife and to be a mother.
And together you have to be prepared to be a parent.
A parent, yeah, that's where the mother comes in. Now, there are 3 phases to this. You have to be a good woman, a good wife, and a good mother.
All right.
Same goes to the man. You have to be a good man. I mean, of course, it's not about being a good father, a good mother, and then personally or in society, you're not a good person, you're not a good man, you're not contributing anything to society. So you have to cover these 3 spheres: a good man, a good father, and a good mother, and a good husband, rather.
Okay.
All right. So people do not prepare for parenting. They just think it ends in marriage. That's why I tend to shun a lot of people who seem to put pressure on certain persons for marriage.
All right.
Because, hey, you're going to bear children. You're going to bring gifts into this world. Now, are they going to end up gifts or a menace to society on the long run?
Okay.
Yes, because God has committed these gifts into your hands for you to raise them in the way that they should go, so that they can accomplish to the maximum the reason they have been brought to this world.
All right.
And so your duty now is to care for them, properly care for them, and inculcate in them the virtues that will enable them become this person in society.
Okay.
A failure to do so will result in different things. Now you have to pay attention to your child. You have to know your child. Now, knowing your child goes a long way to do with knowing the personality or temperament of your child. Because you cannot deal with people the same way because of their personality differences. That's why it looks like a particular child isn't getting the home training that he's been given.
When he or she still comes from a particular background that has discipline at its best.
It's because you don't know how to deal with that child.
All right.
You can shout at the child and the child gets the correction.
All
but
right.
you cannot shout at another child who is actually your child, and then he gets the correction.
All right.
It could be that, or sit down, I want to advise you. It could be that that's the best way
to get through to that child.
To that child.
All right.
So what a lot of parents, we have to be more intentional.
More intentional.
Yes.
Read books about parenting. Go to seminars about parenting. Ask questions.
Don't just go on blaming your children.
Yes.
You, all the home training I've been giving to you, you're an embarrassment to this family. You are this, you are that. Meanwhile, you don't even know your child.
All right. Let's open the phone lines right now and get your thoughts as regards what we are talking about tonight. Now, if you are a parent, I would like to ask you this question. I would like to find out from you. Why don't you think that your children are vulnerable even when you think you're protecting them? Why don't you think that they're vulnerable? They tell you, Dad, I'm okay. Mom, I'm good. I've heard a story like that. Someone who was doing drugs in school, but every time he comes home, he's perfect, he's clean, until he started developing some mental issues, and then the dad was surprised to know that his son was into drugs. Okay, so
sad.
Even when you feel you're protecting them, why don't you think your kids are vulnerable? And number two is, due to the incident in the society, how intentional are you about parenting? This is not just for the ones who have gotten children or given birth to children. How are you making plans as a young boy, as a young girl?
Just like
as an intending couple, how are you intentional about parenting? Because, like they say, the family is the beginning of the society. It's the nucleus of society. So how are you intentional about parenting before you get into it? And then as a parent, why don't you think that your children are vulnerable even when you think you are protecting them? The numbers to call 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951, or you can send in your text messages or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. Hello and good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Mr. Francis.
All right, Mr. Francis, you're welcome. Go ahead.
God bless you. The reason why you have a lot of people think that due to what you say now is that some people, while their children is living with them, they don't take time to study the character of their children.
All right.
It is the grace of God for somebody to live with somebody and know the character of somebody. So, what I expect these days is that for some people to have children, and then those children, the children that they can say, I have a child is doing so place, and that child don't bring shame to them. The number one, it means that they will teach those children to obey the commandment of God. And then number two,
but most of the times, those particular children that come from homes where they teach them, There's religious principles, obey the commandment of God, still turn out to be the worst.
You know why?
Why?
The reason is that some of these people only go to God and they sit down, they hear the word of God. When they leave that place, they don't want to do what God asked them to do.
All right.
Number two, their parents take them to a ministers who are not called by God, but they only go to the ministry by certificate and because of lack of job. Because if you see a minister that is called from God, he will teach somebody something that he will do.
All right. Okay.
That will be good for that.
Okay.
So what I think in this manner is that for some of our children of this days, let them be careful with the type of friends they have. And therefore, and always serve God because of what God do.
Okay, thank you very much. 95.1 FM, good evening and welcome.
Dave, good evening.
Mr. Cookie Gum, it's been a while. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. You're welcome.
Dave.
Good evening. Welcome.
My father used to tell us one proverb when we are small. That a child that will know something, is through the moonlight play, they will know that a child that will know something. Through the moonlight play, you know a child that will know something.
Okay.
Dave, before I say something, have you seen when the child is taking breast from the mother?
Yes. Yes.
The child purposely bite the mother's breast and look the mother's face. No, some mother will just slap at them. But a good mother will slap the baby small.
Yeah.
No, that biting is not good. You see, some parents will just slap at it. From that little training, the child will know that I'm doing what is wrong. The child will grow. Every child has a cane. A child of 1 year has the size of his cane. A child of 2 years has the size of his cane. So you say adolescent. But some parents leave that child when the child is 1. So a live and a small picking, now when he's going to know something, now he leaves that child for 1, 2, 3, continuously give it that child. So from there, that child has lost that home discipline. At 10, 12, 15 to adolescent, that child began to grow wide. Live and now go change tomorrow. If a child will leave your house and go to school and come back, change the hairstyle of the way the voice about hair. If I live and now this one. From there, you encourage that child. You say a child come back from the house, start speaking small slang. That is not supposed to speak in your house. You say, live and now English students now. That child is going more.
Today's news in 60. President Muhammadu Buhari has said a minimum of 0.5% of Nigeria's gross domestic product, GDP, will be allocated to research and innovation in order to accelerate development. The president disclosed this while declaring open a 5-day Technology and Innovation Expo 2021. Nigeria has been advised to pay adequate attention to cybersecurity matters to ensure maximum impact of the new National Broadband Plan, NNBP, 2020 to 2025. Nigerian mobile banking users will now have to pay a flat fee of 6.98 naira each time they use the USSD banking service. This follows a resolution by relevant regulatory bodies, banks and telecom companies. This charge will be in place regardless of the number of sessions per transaction. The regulators are also requiring banks not to charge any additional fee besides the recommended flat fee. On the foreign scene, the United Kingdom's tech startups raised more in 2020 than startups in any other country except for the US and China. Investment in the UK companies last year was $200 million, higher than it was in 2019's record-breaking year. Today's news in 60.
There is a vacancy for a vibrant marketing officer with vast knowledge in media buying and prospecting. You must be capable of innovative thinking and should be result-oriented. Please note, only experienced media marketers. Send your CV to newscareer95@gmail.com.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Welcome back. It's still your premium talk, news and sports station right here in the city of Clarkot, Today 95.1 FM. And the program is Opinion Poll. It's that program where you get to be part with your views or your thoughts and your conversations as regards to topical issues that we bring to the spotlight. And tonight we're talking about parenting and why there is a decadence in the way that the approach is to parenting. Now, okay, we made mention of a particular issue of a young lady, a young child who was vulnerable, but never knew, the parents never knew that she was vulnerable until, the incident happened. She was molested, she was raped by the one they trusted. Now, I'm asking the question, as you are right now, probably you're not married or you're intending to get married as a couple, how intentional are you as regards parenting? And secondly, if you think you're doing a very good job providing their school fees for them, providing accommodation, providing healthcare facilities and everything, monetary facilities and everything, don't you still feel your kids are vulnerable? And what are you doing concerning or towards that regards? Okay, hit us up on the numbers 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my brother.
Mr. Lucky, you're welcome.
Yeah, Dr. Stephen on the line from Okwa West.
All right, you're welcome. Go ahead.
My brother, we parents, when we take care of our children, at the same time, we have work to do.
Okay.
By monitoring our children.
All right.
Number one, the kind of movie our children do watch in our house. Those movies, what does it,
connote
plant in the life of our children?
Okay.
Most of our children do go to watch war film. Most of the time you see them after watching that war film, they come out, they begin to shoot.
Very true.
Yeah.
You caution them, shout on them. Because most of those things they practice affect their life. Some of them will go to school, they will leave classroom, they carry stick, come outside, they shoot with their fellow students. A child is sent to school. Then another work we have to do to monitor our child with the kinds of friends they come back home with. That person is associating with. Who is that person? What kind of training or what kind of thing the person that person is giving that child? Does he tell him things that will help him? So we parents, we have a work to do. Most of the times, we feel as if maybe we suffered a lot before we get a child. I don't need to shout on him, oh, it's only this one. I know what I passed through before I get them. Even if you suffered 20 years or 40 years, that does not mean that you will not flog that child when you do bad things.
Okay.
That does not mean you will not caution him when you see him doing wrong things. So most of the times, we don't have time to teach them the word of God. Sit them down, caution them very, very well. It's not only buying a cheese balls, preparing a good food, giving to them. That is not the end of it. If I give my child everything and my child do not know the word of God, does not know the right way to follow, I'm leading that child to hell. So we have a work to do, my brother.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
so very much
Just
for
so we don't drift out of context, I'd want it to be intentional, okay? When you call in, I'd want it to be intentional. How well do you know your kids, okay? Why do you feel that your kids aren't vulnerable even when you protect them? I'd need you to give me this reason. Probably we are not seeing it from your angle. Probably you can tell me these are the stringent measures I put to guard or checkmate my children. Okay?
Exactly.
And then for you who is planning or wanting to become a parent, what intentional modalities are you taking, towards parenting?
Exactly. He mentioned something about monitoring the kind of friends
Influence.
your child comes with. But I'd like to say something here. Children are getting smarter by the day. When they know that the kind of friends they keep are not the kind that their parents would welcome.
No child would go and bring that friend that
you will not come home with different.
No.
So parenting is also not only the job of the parent.
Yeah.
You can have people around. There's a saying we
Monitoring.
used to, while growing up, they would say, the training of a child, not only the parents get that.
Of course. Of
you know?
course.
So people around you, you shouldn't get worked up when someone tries to discipline your child for doing something wrong.
Yeah.
You know, some parents go, why will you hit my child? Why will you shout at him? Why would you do? Why would you do? Why? And, you know, you're giving the child more leverage to keep doing that thing.
Of course.
Yeah. So you can have people watching your child also, cautioning your child, disciplining your child
All
on
right.
your behalf.
Okay.
Because you will not always be
Be
there.
there. Very true. Back to the phone lines. Hello
Yeah.
and welcome. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, Dave. Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Solomon. I'm calling from Obogoro.
All right. You're welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. Our parents, most of the time, you know, even as Bible said, we should train up a child. That's the book of Proverbs, from verse. I will read to train up a child. Then from verse 8, it says, he that soweth iniquity shall reap iniquity. See? So most of these parents, the way you train up a child matters. And there is what they call heredity, genetics. See? So there are some parents, the way they acquire, they get the child, they got their child by all means through all these native doctors, you know, when they were searching for it. So such a child is polluted right from evil, right from the womb. You see, right from the womb. So such a child will grow up as evil way. No matter how you train up such a child.
Okay.
So that evil spirit will still operate, will still manifest in such a child.
Okay. So Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question for you. You're a father, right?
Okay. Yes, I'm a father.
Okay. So you feel that you're doing enough for your children or your child, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Do you still feel that they are or could be vulnerable to certain things? Do you feel that way?
Yes.
You do?
Yes. Do I think that?
Do you feel or do you think that your child or children could still be vulnerable even after all that you're doing for them to put them on the right track?
Exactly. My child is honorable. They are honored.
No. Mr. Solomon.
Yeah.
Do you think your children are safe? They are safe.
Okay.
Even after you
Thank you,
teach
Dave.
them, you teach them the word of God, you tell them what to do, you teach them morality. Do you think they are still safe right now?
Yes, exactly. When I teach them the word of God, they are safe.
So you feel your children are safe?
You feel they won't sway at some point?
Yes, that is why I was talking of genetics. You see, there is that's genetic. No matter how you lecture such a child, he will grow up with that evil.
Okay,
So
all right.
That's ancestral heritage.
All right. Okay, thank you very much.
And this, like one child, there is one parent.
Mr. Solomon, because of time, we would have to end the conversation now.
Somebody to use cane on the child, no matter what the child does.
All right.
So if it's such a parent that can forbid a cane to such a child, that means when people begin to look at the parents, they will begin to suspect if there is something, or maybe in a way that he caused that child, that the policies they gave to him.
All right,
that cane will not touch.
All right, thank you very much. Because of time, let's take all the calls. 95.1 FM, we lost the call. I think he was trying to say he has a belief system that if it trains this child, if he talks to this child at the early stages with the word of God. I don't know. We usually hinge on that
exactly
as the yardstick. Very good, very, very good. I was brought up in a Christian home, so I know that firsthand. But at some point, I was left with the choices I had to make myself.
Exactly.
What kept me? What kept me was the practical examples of what I saw my parents doing. What kept me was the practical examples. For instance, why I'm not given to particular things, okay, was I don't want to mention any names so that it doesn't look like I'm robbing of, a moral side of me and another person. Why I'm not given to certain things is because I didn't see my father doing them. So I feel
Exactly.
this particular thing,
Yeah.
I didn't grow up in that atmosphere.
Exactly. You know, parenting is. I think parenting. Yes, it's more practical than theoretical.
It's more practical than theoretical.
Because
So you-
children live what they see. The subconscious has a greater influence than the conscious.
Of course.
You're teaching them this thing, but you're not doing it. You're not showing them practically.
Yeah.
And they will forget.
True.
When they go out and see other things, they'll get influenced by
By
those
that.
things.
And those
Exactly.
things now build a narrative that forms their perception.
Exactly.
What drives them. It channels the path for them. I mean, some people grew up in that same house that they preached the gospel and then became atheists
Exactly.
later on. So it's very important that you know that you're a mirror to that child. And what you want that child to be, you need to start reflecting it to that child.
Exactly.
Let's take more calls.
All right.
The numbers again is 0817 000 951 or 0810 951 0951, or you can send in text messages or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. 95.1 FM.
Yeah, good evening.
Hello and welcome. Good evening.
Yeah, this is Frank calling from Yenagua.
All right, all the way from Yanagua.
Oh,
You're welcome.
Come again.
I said you're welcome, all the way from Yanagua. How is Yanagua this evening?
Wow, Yenagua is beautiful.
All right.
Cool and good.
All right, go ahead.
Yes. There is something which our people normally say, referring to fish. They say when fish is fresh, you can bend it and put stick in it and dry it. But if that fish is dry, you cannot bend it anymore. It will break.
Okay.
So what am I saying in essence? When a child is growing up, it is very good for the parents to always bring up that. You just mentioned something which I wanted to talk about, which is you will always want to make that child to see the good side of you growing up, so that child, however it is, even if that child will got spoiled tomorrow or maybe go out of line, at least he or she will remember that, no, I grew up seeing my parents doing this thing and they didn't do this thing. They avoided this and they were taking this. You understand?
Yes.
So some of these things always boil down to a kind of home training from the parents. If you are that parent who will always neglect your child and feel I don't care, no matter whatever he or she does, then which means the child will end up or maybe got spoiled very quick without any caution or thereabout. So that's my little contribution.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Do you have text messages?
Yeah, I think we have one here. Okay. This one says, "Good evening, Dave. It is good to train up a child in a good way so that the child will not depart from it during maturity." Joe from Diobu.
All right.
Diobu. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's check some WhatsApp messages. Let's see what we have here.
While you're doing that, let's just take more calls. Hello, 95.1 FM. You're welcome. Good evening.
Hello, thank you. My name is Chimbroma.
All right, Mr. Chibrama, you're welcome. Go ahead.
Yes, how is work, sir?
Very fine. How was your day?
We give God glory. God glory. Yes, the issue of parenting is the reason why we are having problems today in our society. Because our attitude in the public reflects our upbringing at home. You get my point?
Okay.
So if a child is not properly trained, it affects the society negatively. If there are people who train their children with lip service, you get my point?
Yes.
Yes. Even if you don't have much, you can use your little you have and bring up the child, and the child becomes a better person.
Very true. Very true.
You get my point?
I get your point.
Yes. Because one thing we should know today, as I'm speaking with you, is that the moment you are unable to provide for your children, you will not lack that moral right to control them. You get my point?
Yes.
If you cannot provide for your child, you have lost control over them.
Okay.
Yes.
So in essence, what you're trying to say is most of the times why we lack that full grasp of control over our children is the inability, because of the inability most parents have to provide for them.
For them, even if you don't have everything, even if you don't have much, at least try to prepare before you start giving birth.
Very true. Very true. Very true.
Let me tell you what happened in the Bible.
Okay, because of time, let's hold that. But I get your point. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
I know people like making references to the Bible. I'm not against it, but when you call on the show because of time, other people also want to make contributions. So let's just go straight to the point. Okay, 95.1 FM. Good evening and welcome.
David Cookigam, Dave.
All right, Mr. Cookigam, you called back.
Yeah, what I was saying, you know that made a statement that triggered my heart. That some parents are not prepared before they get into marriage. Then you see some girls, because their mates are getting married or their young ones are getting married, they just force to let me go and marry.
Yeah.
They not prepare their house. Prepare, know that marriage is not bread and butter. So some men to look at it let me say form. Marriage is not a form. Marriage is an institute that if enter marriage will start care, you are not careful into marriage. What you see is a shamble. So what I'm saying is that for us, parents, we put our eyes down in our life of our children. You see, peer mates and friends also is a factor that brings children down. Where the parents do want to use their money to train, don't want to train a child. It's absolutely don't want to train children.
Okay.
It can take school fee for a child, take the child to America, take him to London, but to inculcate habit or moral to the child is not money.
Okay, what is it?
So it's more, you see, teaching children to follow life. Tell the real thing about life.
All right, Mr. Cookigam, sorry to interrupt. If you had the opportunity to give out the blueprint, the one that works for you, I know you're married, you have children. If you had the opportunity to tell others, okay, this is what works for me, this is how I train my kids, what will you say?
They want it from my mother, my late mother. When I was growing up, give me moral life.
Okay.
I also tell my children, this life is not bread and butter. What do? One thing, have respect first for your father and your mother.
Okay.
Have respect for your senior. Have respect for your junior. 2, what does not belong to you, don't I eat. What your father and mother could not give to you, don't desire it. If your father, let me tell you one thing. When I was younger, our next level, this is I face you. Every Sunday, see them knocking plates. They will knock like that, eating. They will use to make noise. Every day, you thought they are eating. You see, when they come out, they will play and laugh. The children know. But one day, I bust inside their house. Looking to show us what they're doing. There's no food in that place. They just use the spoon to make sure they're eating. They come outside, they see all is well. Because their parents do not have. So let every children know the stand of their pocket and give leverage to that level of their pocket. Don't do above their wings. That is what it will also help parents. Thank you, Dave.
All right, thank you very much.
All right,
thank you very much. Let me tell you something.
All right.
Okay. Now, this is, I'm speaking from the point of view of many young men right now.
Okay.
You know, when you look at your family and you look at your dad and you look at your mother, and societally they're not up to the standard you've always wanted them to be. Okay, not driving the best of cars, not having the biggest houses in the environment. There is this move of energy within you. There's this adrenaline rush for you to do more than them. Do you think this is one of the contributing factors that makes children tilt towards negative inclinations, as to prove that they want to, what's the word? Make up for the losses of the father or the mother, or make up for the losses of the parents.
I don't think so.
I think so.
What I think is how they were actually raised. Yes. If they were
Probably
raised,
they were raised well. Probably they were raised well. Only for them to grow up and feel, look, my dad has a very nice moral standing. And look at what he got him. Probably a sack, or probably owned pensions from a particular state government. And then he feels like, okay, if this isn't working the way the moral standing guy taught to me, I think I should do it my own way. To make up for the losses of my father.
Okay, yeah, I think this can come in, or this comes in, when the person in question has been faced with certain situations. Maybe the person has tried to follow the moral way or the right way, and something happens in the process. We all get to a point where we get to make decisions and choices for ourselves, and we're responsible for those choices that we make. A lot of young girls that you see today doing all sort of things that you are not according to societal standard. It's a result of certain things that they've actually gone through. Yeah, I agree with you, but I wouldn't relate it to parental training. Now, they make such decisions. If they were properly raised, let me put it straight very well. If they were properly raised, their parents' financial status should not and will not be a factor or a reason for them to take a turn.
Or derail.
Yes,
Yeah.
derail.
Yeah.
That could only happen due to certain situations or circumstances that they may have been faced with in their journey of life. Yes. Now, the other way is, if they actually weren't properly raised, of course, you'll see you see some situations where parents try to inflict their failures on their children. Come and cover up for what we couldn't do. Yes, you have younger ones. You know this, you know that. Your father is not working, I am not working. So you need to start doing like this, you need to start doing like that, And then it encourages and motivates the children to start doing all sort of things.
Yes, very true.
So parental training has a whole lot of work to do.
All right.
Just like that caller rightly stated, when the child is young, that is the time where you inculcate every virtue possible that you need. When the child is now old, it's in the hands of the child to make his or her decisions choices for themselves.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's just head back to the phone lines and pick 2 or 3 calls before we call it a wrap for the program tonight. Hello and welcome. All right. 0817-0000951 or 0810-9510-951, or you can send in your text message. I think the text message portal is down.
It's down, yeah.
So we're sorry. We can't take text messages anymore. But just keep calling 0817-0000951 or 0810-9510-951. Hello and welcome. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I am named Junior, calling from Port Harcourt.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. I want to give a salient point to the topic.
Okay.
The reason why is parenting more difficult is because of the teenage death rate. Most young girls of nowadays, not knowing what parenting is all about, and not knowing what sex is all about, you just go into a relationship, you have sex, and you just give birth to children. Not fully ready on how to take care of the child. Secondly, I feel it's peer group influence. When a child has a peer group influence, a group of friends that influences him or her, I feel positive or negatively, I think they tend to go way or direction in which the parents have influenced them. So this is my point.
All right. And that particular point you made, you said something as regards people not fully knowing what parenting is before getting into it. That brings up the question, how do you fully know you're ready to become a parent? Because we have grown people who are not ready to become parents. And we have young people who mentally and psychologically might just be ready for parenting, the job of parenting. But I think because of time, we might not be able to take that as a conversation again because of time. Just take one more call and then it's a wrap for tonight. Hello and welcome. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name?
My name is.
Hello.
My name is Ike.
Ike. All right, Ike, you have 35 seconds.
Yes. I want to bring one ideology.
Okay.
Pertaining training. I want you to use your melatonin to think of this thing. Just search these so prominent people. Search all these wealthy people. Their parents, most of their parents are poor. Most of their parents are not educated.
Okay.
But now, search most of the hoodlums we have. Most of their parents are the rich ones. Most of the non-entities we have, their parents are well educated. Now, how do I mean? Just like the second to the last scholar before me in our next statement, train up a child the way he should grow. And we believe that when a stick is still lively, you can bend it. But when that stick is strong and dry, you can't bend it again.
All right.
Now, even a child, for that child not to be content.
I think you need to wrap up now because of time.
Okay, what I want to conclude now is that most rich people, the way they train their children is not the way their own biological father trained them before they have their own children.
All right. Thank you very much. Because of time, I had to let you go there. Thank you so much for being part of the show today. It was fun having this conversation with you, but we're looking forward to having this similar conversations on different days, different dates. Okay, do all to be here tomorrow. It's going to be another interesting time with me, Dave Roberts, and Gloria Carty.
All
right, do all to follow us on socials. Dave Melford Roberts on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter.
All right, and Gloria Carty, Kartwe, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter.
All right, coming up right now is the World News at 10. Have yourself a wonderful evening.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good evening. This is the World News in your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM. I am Dave Roberts. In the headlines, ICPC arrests former JAM registrar Professor Dibu Ojerinde of alleged misappropriation of funds for JAM. Federal Executive Council approves $1.5 billion for rehabilitation of Port Harcourt refinery. Federal High Court in Port Harcourt awards 20 million naira against Nigerian police in fundamental human rights suit. And on the foreign scene, police identified 4 out of 8 victims of mass shootings in U.S. state of Georgia. Now the details. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission has announced the arrest of a former registrar and chief executive officer of the Joint Administration and Matriculation Board, Professor Dibu Ojerinde, for alleged 900 million naira misappropriation. According to a statement signed by ICPC spokesman Azuka Agugwa, the former JAMB registrar was arrested on March 15, 2021 in Abuja. He is allegedly to have committed multiple frauds while heading JAMB and the National Examination Council. The statement said Professor Ojerinde has been admitted and detained by the Commission for questioning over allegations of multiple identities, abuse of office, money laundering, tax evasion, and making false statements to public office. Ojerinde was also alleged to have awarded contract for the supply of pencil and eraser at the cost of 450 million each to Double 07 Concept Limited and Pristine Global Concept Limited, respectively, between 2013 and 2014 while heading JAM. The statement said Ojerinde is currently being held on a remand warrant and will soon be charged to court upon the conclusion of the investigation. A bill seeking to create an armed forces commission stirred controversy in the Senate as lawmakers engaged in shouting march. The controversy started when the Senate Minority Leader Eyinaya Abaribe presented the lead debate of a bill for the establishment of Armed Forces Commission 2021 for second reading. The lawmakers were sharply divided over the bill, as those against it argued that it will cause more disunity in the country. Senator Abaribe, however, noted that the Constitution mandates the National Assembly to set up the commission.
This bill seeks to establish the Armed Forces Service Commission to ensure that the composition, appointment of service chiefs of the Armed Forces of the Federation reflects federal character of Nigeria in the manner prescribed in Section 2173 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. For clarity, Section 219 says as follows: the National Assembly shall, in giving effect to the functions specified in Section 217 of the 1999 Constitution, B, with respect to the powers exercisable by the President under Section 218 of the Constitution, establish a body that shall comprise such members as the National Assembly may determine.
The bill was later rejected during a voice vote, and Senator Abaribe called for a division, meaning the lawmakers would vote individually. The Senate later went into a closed-door session, after which Senate President Ahmed Lawal said the entire Senate has appealed to the Minority Leader, Senator Abaribe, to withdraw Order 73, which called for a division. Senator Abaribe then withdrew the bill to represent it another day after consultation. The National Agency for Food, Drugs Administration and Control has insisted that vaccinations against COVID-19 should not be stopped in Nigeria, despite fears over the side effects of the jabs. Director General of the agency, Mojisola Adeyeye, who gave the advice, believes that with the number of lives lost to the pandemic, halting the vaccination campaign in the country is not advisable. Although many countries have halted the use of AstraZeneca vaccines over fears about possible side effects like blood clotting, Professor Adeyeye said the gains of taking the jabs far outweigh such fear. The NAFDAC DG further disclosed that over 500 persons have been vaccinated against the virus at the National Hospital in Abuja, but that only 6 persons had side effects like fever, chills, and pain. The Federal Executive Council has approved $1.5 billion for the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt refinery, which will commence immediately. Briefing State House correspondents after the FEC meeting in Abuja, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Timipre Silva, said the rehabilitation will be carried out in 3 phases. The minister said the first phase will be completed in 18 months, which takes the refinery to a production of 90% of its capacity. The second phase will be completed in 20 months, while the final phase will be completed in 44 months.
Presented a memo on the rehabilitation of Port Harcourt refinery for the sum of $1.5 billion, and it was approved by council today. So we're happy to announce that the rehabilitation of Port Harcourt refinery will commence forthwith. It is in 3 phases. The first phase is to be completed in 18 months, which will take the refinery to a production of 90% of its nameplate capacity. The second phase is to be completed in 24 months, and all the final stage will be completed in 44 months. And Council graciously approved, and I believe that this is good news for Nigerians, that the rehabilitation of our refineries have commenced.
Meanwhile, River State Governor Nyesom Wike has said he is not excited about the approval of $1.5 billion for the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt refinery, stressing that approval of funds is not the same as release of funds.
We have said so. Let us watch and see. Like you said, that it is going to start immediately. We have had a lot of promises. We have had a lot of talks, and nothing has materialized. So I don't want to, because they have said they have approved. Approval is not release. Approval is not that the money has been released for the rehabilitation. We take a lot of process. So let us see what they have said, whether maybe they won't talk about problems of use of funds because of this reason or that reason. So I'm not going to jubilate, because the federal government said they have released and they have approved $1.5 billion for the rehabilitation of Port Harcourt refinery. Thank God they said so. But let us wait and see the outcome of it at the end of the day.
The Department of Petroleum Resources said it is not aware of the sealing of filling stations by the River State Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources. The Zonal Controller of the DPR Port Harcourt office, Basi Ikwang, who spoke while reacting to recent sealing of filling stations in Port Harcourt, said his office has not received any of such reports. He, however, noted that the DPR has a very cordial relationship with the State Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, saying the ministry understands where its power starts and ends.
Since we did not receive any complaint from any sector, we feel they're okay. But if they complain, we know what to do. Like I said, we've been having a good complementary working relationship with the commissioner. I know what has been doing has been complimentary, which we appreciate, but the powers reside with the Department of Petroleum Resources. And I really appreciate what the Commissioner for Energy is doing his work, but he knows where he starts and where he stops.
The interim administrator of Presidential Amnesty Program, retired Colonel Dixon Milando Dikio, has called on ex-agitators to jettison the use of protest as a method of agitation, describing it as retrogressive and old-fashioned. The amnesty boss said instead of deploying for protest, beneficiaries of the program should employ dialogue and other means that will not negatively affect the overall deployment or development of the region. Retired Colonel Milan Dikio gave the advice at the opening of a 3-day workshop on strategic communication for the Presidential Amnesty Program and its delegates, organized in partnership with Facility for Oil Sector Transparency and Reform in Nigeria. Milan Dikio observed that most stakeholders in the region lacked understanding of the Presidential Amnesty Program. The reason, he said, made them abandon major critical issues to pursue crumbs.
We leave those very important things and fight over crumbs. 20 million plus people cannot anchor their future on a program for 30,000 people. But the amnesty program is a very vital part because it takes care of the DDR and manpower developmental needs of impacted communities. Minister of Niger Delta, Minister of Environment, and NDDC in particular are the executive arms of infrastructural development. That is where we have to broaden the conversation.
Speaking on key element of strategic communications, Larry Arugonade noted that information shared about the program had the capacity to destroy the very essence of amnesty, saying the program was having a bad image outside the region based on the attitude of some of its beneficiaries. Our correspondent Uchendu Ejowo reports that the presidential amnesty program was set up as a disarmament, mobilization and reintegration for 30,000 ex-agitators. A federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt has awarded the sum of 20 million naira in favor of Chinelo Odiakosa Makwe against the Nigerian police force. Inspector General of Police, River State Commissioner of Police and operatives of Eagle Crack Unit of the State Command. Ijakosa Makwe, who runs a maternity home, had approached the court to enforce her fundamental human right and that of her staff after they were arrested, detained for days and paraded at the command headquarters. Justice Mohammed Abubakar, in his judgment, granted all the 7 reliefs sought by the plaintiff's counsel, Henry Ekeni, including a declaration that the arrest, detention and parade before investigation was a violation of their human rights. However, Justice Abubakar reduced the 200 million naira damages sought by the plaintiffs to 20 million naira. Speaking to newsmen outside the courtroom, counsel to the plaintiffs, Henry Ekene, described the judgment as a well-considered justice.
Of course, at the end of it, judgment was entered in favor of the applicants. All 7 prayers were granted to the effect that the court declared that arrest and detention as illegal and a violation of their fundamental rights. The court declared the public parading of the arrestees, or the detainees at that time, as also a violation of the fundamental rights of those citizens. That is a condemnation of the practice of arresting agencies, particularly the police, of publicly parading suspects before the media, even before investigation.
While the counsel to the police declined to speak on the judgment, the owner of the maternity home, Chinelo Odiakosa Makwe, said the court had vindicated her and her staff.
Really excited that we still have a justice system in Nigeria that is responsive to the needs of the common man. For me, it's like my name has been, I've been vindicated, and all the character assassination has been upturned, and I want to really thank God for everything. I'm hoping that we secure that the hard copy of that judgment, and we publish it as well for the sake of my career and the work that I do among young people and women. I'm so passionate about my dream to help a lot more young women to get help.
The Nigerian police have arraigned 3 members of Incruta Security Peace Advisory Committee before a magistrate court sitting in Port Harcourt on 6 counts of murder, possession of illegal firearms, and indiscriminate shooting. Ikechukwu Amadi Bright Wogo and Chikwado Donatus and others now at large are also charged with unlawful assault on police officers, conspiracy and stealing of an AK-47 rifle, and handcuff valued at 1 million naira, an offence said to be punishable under the Criminal Code of the River State law. According to the charge cited by our correspondent, the remains of the victims are believed to have been buried in an unknown place by the ISPAC members without the consent of the family members on the 24th of November 2020 at the Gruta community in Ikwere local government area of the state. Presiding Magistrate Eyinda John Kennedy, however, ordered that the case file be transmitted to the Department of Public Prosecution for advice before adjourning till 29th of April for possible hearing. Goodluck Ogbonda and Emmanuel Operum, who are immediate brothers to the murdered persons, told our correspondent at the court premises that All they are seeking is justice and recovery of the dead bodies of their brothers who were killed unjustly.
The court referred the matter for DPP's advice. There are other OSPAC members who are yet to be arrested in connection to this matter, especially the former OSPAC commander Igruta and his 2 IC, who actually, they were the one who masterminded in collaboration with these suspects. So let the police go out there, get these persons, bring them to book. We want justice. The family of Prince Obonda Emerengwa want justice. The children, they said Prince Obonda have 4 children and a wife and has a business running before all these things happen. I want justice. The family want justice. The society want justice. We want justice from all around.
My brother, I know him very well. If I did not know him, I don't think I'll follow the matter up. So what I'm saying now is that I'm begging the Commissioner of Police, Rivers State, to assist us in this matter. We don't want problem. My brother are having 2 children, 1 girl and 1 boy. My mother is down. I can't train my own and train Peterson. So I'm begging Rivers State people to join us to at least to settle this matter in a way it's supposed to be. We have not seen up to date the corpse of my brothers.
You are listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. This is still the World News on Today 95.1 FM. The time is 18 minutes gone past the hour of 10. Okurama and Okujiagu communities in Port Harcourt City local government area of River State earlier today experienced unrest following a fight between the 2 communities. Our correspondent Uchendu Jowo, who visited the area, gathered that at least 2 persons have been reportedly killed while several others sustained wounds in the fight. Confirming the incident to our correspondent, the spokesman of River State Police Command, Nnamdi Omoni, said the command has deployed men and normalcy has been restored in the area. Omoni, while claiming that no life was lost in the incident, disclosed that the leadership of the 2 communities have been summoned for a meeting to ascertain the root cause of the crisis.
I can confirm the shooting this morning at Okurama and Okujago, where we had heavy shooting, and then the DPO Abloma drew our attention to it. The DC operations mobilized immediately to the scene, where on seeing us, of course, they sheathed their swords. The shooting ceased. The DC operations addressed them. Then the leadership of the 2 communities were invited immediately after a brief interview with the DC. They agreed to meet with the Commissioner of Police. The essence of the meeting is to know the cause of that shooting and the view to finding a lasting solution to it. So far we've been able to stabilize the area. No life was lost. As we speak, the shooting has ceased. Our men are still there.
Meanwhile, the River State Police Command has confirmed the arrest of 1 person in connection with the murder of one Onyekachi Onoha within Abel Jumbo Street in Mile 2 Dobe in Port Harcourt City local government area of River State. Onoha, who was a security guard at a telecommunications mast in the area, was tied with ropes by the assailant who had gone to cut away valuables in the facility. Speaking to our correspondent, the spokesman of the command, SP Nnamdi Omoni, said the remains of the victim has been deposited at the mortuary to make way for investigation.
I can confirm a case of murder reported by the DPS Igwe police station this morning, where a corpse was seen at a Bejombo Street, my 1G, Port Harcourt, in a place housing a max belonging to a telecommunication company. Over there at the scene, the corpse was tied hands and legs. No physical injury, but clots of blood on his mouth. The corpse was later identified to be one Onyekachi Onoha. So far, 1 person has been arrested and is helping us in our investigation. The corpse has been evacuated and taken to mortuary for autopsy. Meanwhile, the CP has ordered that the matter be transferred to State CID for further investigation.
On the foreign scene, police in the United States of Georgia have identified 4 of the 8 people who were killed in a mass shooting at the 3 massage parlors in Atlanta, Georgia. Officials say it is still too early to know whether the attack, which 6 Asian women were killed, was racially motivated. Cherokee County Sheriff Frank Reynolds said the suspect may have been a patron and claimed to have had sex and had an addiction. The attack comes amid a sharp uptick in crimes against Asian Americans. In sports, former Top Gear presenter Sabine Skimmers, famous for being the only woman to win the Nürburgring 24 Hours, has died at the age of 51. Skimmers said last year that she had been diagnosed with cancer in 2017. She had become synonymous with the Nürburgring Skylife and the 14-mile circuit in Germany that is renowned as the toughest in the world. She won a 24-hour touring car race at the track twice in 1996 and 1997, driving a BMW M3. She became known as the Queen of the Nürburgring and estimated to have driven around the track more than 20,000 times. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The ICPC has arrested a former JAMB registrar, Professor Tipu Ujerinde, over alleged misappropriation of funds. The Federal Executive Council has approved $1.5 billion for the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt refinery. The Federal High Court in Port Harcourt has awarded 20 million naira against the Nigerian police force in a fundamental human rights suit. And on the foreign scene, police have identified 4 out of 8 victims of mass shootings in the U.S. state of Georgia. And that was the news as edited by Chinedu Iwuna. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap under running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. I am Dave Roberts. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
You don't have to be in government to serve. You don't have to hold a political office to change lives. It was Mahatma Gandhi that said, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. So before you point out how the government has failed in service, ask yourself, are you being of service to your fellow Nigerian in your own little corner? As Mother Teresa puts it, unless life is lived serving others, it is not worth living at all. This message is powered by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Got one word for you, buddy.
A word like
Today 95.1 Port Harcourt. Great talk, great radio. The voice of the people. Today, good listeners make good men and women. Listen to Today 95.1 FM.
I just got it.
Here at Today 95.1, we keep the conversations rolling. Keep it going. We keep it flowing. We keep it.
Guy, don't do that.
Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people.
I mean, it's great if it's already in the curriculum now.
My dad is happy.
Hey, stop flipping with that dial. Be faithful.
Remember, you can send your thoughts to 070-1933-9962.
Be faithful to 95.1 Today FM.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am, they go.
What? You bribing the officer of the law? You under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe, na offense.
Una don't hear am, abi? You hear am too, abi? You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. They hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give una. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
I've asked about you and they told me things, but my mind didn't change it. I still feel the same. What's a life with no fun? Please don't be so ashamed. I've had mine, you've had yours. We both know, we know. They won't hit you like I will. My only wish is I die real, cause that truth hurts and those lies heal. And you can't sleep thinking that he lies still, so you cry still. Tears all in a pillowcase. Big girls all get a little taste out, pushing me away so I give her space out. Dealing with a heart that I didn't break. I'll be there for you, I would care for you. I keep thinking you just don't know. Trying to run from that, say you're done with that. On your face, girl, it just don't show. When you're ready, just say you're ready. When all the baggage just ain't as heavy and the party's over, just don't forget me. We'll change the pace and we'll just go slow. You won't ever have to worry. You won't ever have to hide. And you'll see all my mistakes. So look me in my eyes.
Cause if you let me, here's what I'll do. I'll take care of you. I've loved and I've lost.
It's my birthday, I'll get high if I want to. Can't deny that I want you, but I lie if I have to. Cause you don't say you love me to your friends when they ask you. Even though we both know that you do, you do. One time, been in love one time. You and all your girls in the club one time. Also convinced that you're following your heart, cause your mind don't control what it does sometimes. We all have our nights though, don't be so ashamed. I've had mine, you've had yours, we both know, we know. You hate being alone when you ain't the only one. You hate the fact that you bought the dream when they sold you one. And you love your friends, but somebody should've told you something to save you. Instead they say, tell me, I don't care if you hurt. I don't tell you, you don't care if you're true. Tell me, I don't care if you hurt. I don't tell you, you don't care if you're true.
Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.